honorable guests, deans, directors, heads, faculty members, research scholars, and students. Welcome to our second international conference titled Regional Cooperation on Climate Action, Irregular Migration, and Zero Hunger, a way forward for South Asia. We have guests from across the globe to engage in discussion on some of the most critical global challenges. It's time to dive deeply into these critical issues and work towards impactful solutions. So let's get ready to exchange ideas, share insights, and take decisive actions to address these burning challenges. These challenges which we are going to discuss here are climate action, irregular migration, and food security.
As scholars committed to addressing global challenges, it's also our duty to contribute to their resolution. And we cannot achieve this alone. That's why we have brought together a diverse group of high-profile guests from politics, renowned think tanks, and international organizations, including you as you are sitting right here. Together, we look forward to a stimulating exchange of ideas and perhaps even some heated discussions. With your expertise and perspectives combined, we are poised to make significant steps towards sustainable solutions. First of all, we would like to request
Dr. Yasir Khan, Head School of Political Science, to join us on stage.
Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, our worthy Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore.
And Professor
It offers a holistic experience that nurtures the intellectual, professional, and spiritual growth of its students. Minhaj University is the place where curiosity and thirst for learning have fully embraced diverse academic offerings, Pakistan's first robotic and fully automated library, and dozens of internationally renowned research
centers and in-house incubation center, train, guide, and
Minhaj University. In Pakistan, nearly 37% of the children under the age of 5 are stunned due to chronic malnutrition. Across the region, more than 300 million people lack the regular access to the nutrition food every night. To address this crisis, we must act on multiple fronts, like we need to boost agriculture productivity by using the climate resilience methods. We need to train our farmers in sustainable practices, strengthen food distribution system to reduce waste and ensure equality, introduce school feeding system program and nutrition awareness campaign in vulnerable communities across the South Asia. The most important, government must work with academic and civil society to understand the root causes of food insecurity and develop locally grounded solutions. No solution is complete without education. So university needs to play their role. Like in our university, we have deep responsibility not only to teach the students, but to inspire. But now the question is, how do we do this? So we need to build responsible citizen by integrating climate and civic education into school and university curriculum. We can spread knowledge by boosting awareness drives, reserve exhibitions, policy briefings, and we need to conduct more seminars and webinars on these burning issues. We should encourage research by offering funded programs on climate adaptation, migration studies, and food insecurities. We need to train future leaders by organizing international exchanges, internship and dialogues like the conference we are holding today. It is also reflected in the form of our 17 Minhaj University Student Ambassador for Climate Change. Each student is representing one SDG. So total we have 17 SDGs goal and we have 17 ambassadors in our university. Anyhow, as an acknowledgement to this, our effort in 2024, Minhaj University Lahore received the United Nations Academic Impact Membership because whatever we are doing at our university as far as climate change is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to partner with media outlets, community organizations, and local governments to ensure public understanding. This reaches beyond our own skills and the lecture halls. We need to go out and talk to the public. The only solution is that we can transform whatever we discuss here if we have man-to-man and public-to-public interactions. So we need to go out and talk to the communities. As the 21st century demands, we knew new kind of leadership is required, which is not grounded only in power politics, but also a partnership and in cooperation. The power leadership should work hands in glove with other regional powers. Our region cannot afford to wait. The clock is ticking, and the cost of interaction is very immense, and we are already paying the price. So we need to be now geared up. Let this conference be more than what, just not but speeches, not the sessions and the session discussions. It has to be little more than that. Let it be the beginning of joint research, establishing regional network and policy recommendation, which we will finalize today at the end of the conference, and bring the change. The conference should bring a real change in the heart and minds of students and the faculty. At the end, I commend the School of Political Science for their tireless work for organizing this conference, and I thank Administrative Department, volunteer students, and learned speakers from across the South Asia and beyond. At the end, I am honored to formally declare the second international conference, a regional cooperation on climate action, officially open for dialogue. Thank you, and may this dialogue be fruitful and far-reaching for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, for pointing out the urgency of the multiple crises that we are facing as a world community. And I think we are all aligned, yes, we do not just want to talk in the air, we want real, productive, and hands-on results of this conference, inshallah. Now, for a brief introduction to the conference, I may invite Dr. Yasir Khan, Head of the School of Political Science, to present an overview.
Good morning. Your Excellency Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, our worthy Vice Chancellor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, distinguished experts, national and international, ladies and gentlemen. As the School of Political Science at Minhaj University, we see it as our duty to contribute to a responsible debate on the most pressing issues of our time. The climate crisis, migration, and food security for an ever-growing world population are issues that no state in the world can tackle alone. Joint transnational efforts are needed. That is why we are bringing together experts from all over the world here today to debate these issues with you. Minhaj University, Lahore offers us an excellent platform for this, for which we are very grateful. The School of Political Science is one of the 36 schools at Minhaj University, Lahore, spread across 11 faculties, striving for academic excellence. Since 1986, Minhaj University, Lahore itself has set an example of the extent to which we can grow with the demand of the time. Today, we are embarking on a journey with you to work together to find solution to the climate crisis, migration, and food security. I am looking forward for insight and significant discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yasir. It is an honor for me to introduce Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore. His vision and thoughtful leadership have been instrumental in guiding academic excellence and global engagement at MUL and abroad. He has achieved a lot. Some of his achievements are Senior Fellow at the University of Melbourne for last 9 years, author of more than 60 nationally and internationally published and celebrated books. Some of his books on Islamic finance are published by Routledge. Some of his books on Islamic finance, economics and finance are included in the curriculum of 72 universities across the globe. He holds a number of renowned awards too, to mention but a few. In February 2024, he was awarded the Ambassador for Peace Award by Universal Peace Federation at United Nations Headquarters, Vienna, Austria, for his contribution in the field of peace and interfaith harmony. He was awarded Global Islamic Finance Award for his scholarly contribution in the field of Islamic economics and finance in 2019. We are honored to invite Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri to deliver the keynote address. Please give him a loud round of applause. Sir, for your inspiring words and giving us a of hope. We would like to express our gratitude to Chairman Pakistan People's Party, Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, for showing his personal interest and nominating Chaudhry Manzoor Ahmed, Member Executive Committee, Pakistan People's Party. We would like to invite you on stage and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, you just heard Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin on this subject, and actually he covered each and every aspect of the climate change. But I will be focused on hunger and migration. Today, as we convene, we face challenges that transcend borders: climate change, migration, and hunger. These interconnected crises demand united action, yet regional cooperation in South Asia remains fragmented and at times ineffectual. Especially, you can see the recent incident in India, and in response, what India did, he actually attacked on the SAARC, means regional cooperation, South Asian regional cooperation. India has suspended the visas, SAARC visas, and especially because Pakistan is facing a water crisis nowadays. And in 1991, when IRSA Accord in the provinces, between the provinces of Pakistan, the total water available in the system was 114 million acre feet. But today, we have only 95 million acre feet water available here. And India also suspended or held in abeyance the Indus Water Treaty. And we were hearing that there may be future wars on the water. And actually we are on the verge of war, especially on the water issue, because water is the lifeline of Pakistan. So South Asia home to nearly a quarter of the world's population, confronts alarming levels of chronic hunger. Despite the SARC framework's efforts, progress has been undermined. The political tensions, especially between major nations, and fragmented policies. Millions remains food insecure, and the promise of zero hunger feels distant. To truly combat hunger, South Asia must move beyond geopolitical rivalries and prioritize food security initiatives like equitable distribution system, sustainable agriculture, and mechanisms supporting vulnerable populations. Hunger is not simply a failure of production, but a failure of political commitment. Migration, whether due to economic factors, climate displacement, or conflict, is another significant challenge. South Asia's existing frameworks barely scratch the surface of the complex issue. The SARC Convention on Regional Agreements for the Promotion of Child Welfare 2002 offers protection but primarily focuses on trafficking and vulnerable groups, neglecting climate, indeed migration, a growing reality for millions. As I am the in charge in the party as a member Central Executive Committee, I am the in charge of the labor issues in Pakistan. And we are facing the issue of migration on two types. One, migration from villages to cities. And it's due to the, again, related the issue with the agriculture and the food and the hunger. Because in 75 years, we have not developed the agriculture on such a level. Even we have in Pakistan, we have each and everything, every climate here. We have the mountains, we have the sea, we have the deserts, we have plains and very fertile lands in Pakistan, which for the productivity is one of the best in the world. But still we are facing. So when the migration from villages to city, and in cities we have not the residences for them. There's a lot of people are homeless and sleeping here, even in this city, sleeping in shifts. You can imagine even the population of Balochistan is living in Lahore in a hunger, in a poverty and homelessness. So this is another problem which Pakistan is facing, but due to the climate change, if we have no water, the first effect will be on the agriculture and on the food and on the hunger and on the migration. Countries like Pakistan have ratified these conventions, but they fail to address not causes or offer comprehensive solutions, as rising sea levels and extreme weather events displace communities. The region lacks coordinated strategies, leaving migrants unprotected and uncertain. South Asia needs bold collaborations to tackle migration. May I have the water, please? Thank you. South Asia needs bold collaboration to tackle migration policies that recognize migrants' rights, offer protection, and establish pathways for safe relocation. Principles of equity and justice must guide a unified approach to these challenges. Education is the bedrock of change. higher education institutions like Minhaj University in South Asia can play a critical role in fostering climate science, shaping future leaders, and facilitating collaborations across borders. Universities must act as hub of regional knowledge sharing, conducting research that benefits all while raising public awareness about the urgency of collective action. Though education communities can be empowered to advocate for system change, dismantle barriers to cooperation, and hold governments accountable, in classrooms and communities, the seeds of regional solidarity can be sown. Ladies and gentlemen, hunger, migration, and climate change are not isolated crises. They stem from system inequalities and regional disunity. South Asia must transcend political divides and embrace collaboration. Let's envision a future with sustainable food security, migrant safety and education that drives collective action. Achieving this requires solidarity, a recognition, and South Asia's destiny is shaped by unity, not division. Together, we can transform this region into one of resilience, equity, and hope. Thank you very much. And especially, it's great honor for me to be here in Minhaj University because my leader, Mohtarama Shaheed Benazir Bhutto, she was here. And let me share one thing. In a meeting, when we were there in Central Executive Committee, she said about Professor Dr. Tahirul Qadri Saab. She said, do you know why I respect a lot for Professor Dr. Tahirul Qadri? Because on two issues. One, he is like my brother, and he always treats me like a sister. But on the issue of terrorism, in the religious scholars, he is the only person who is fighting against the terrorism, especially on this issue. He is giving the arguments. Because our society is not like this as we are facing today. Our society was very plural society, diverse society. We are listening each other. We are living with each other. There was no conflict on the sects, on the religions, on the different issues. So Professor Dr. Tahirul Qadri has made a great contribution on that issue especially. And she said, because he is doing this job, and I'm also doing this job, because her book, especially she written that book in the response of Samuel P. Huntington, when he said this is the clash of civilizations. Then she has replied in her book, there's no clash of civilizations. There should be a reconciliation between the West and Islam. And she actually gave and she told us that she was discussing this subject with Dr. Saab. So I'm here on behalf of my chairman. He is busy in Sindh. Yesterday you saw the Jalsa, and he is still in Sindh. So I'm really thankful to be here, Dr. Saab and Vice Chancellor Saab. This is my honor to be here, and thank you very much all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts and sparing time for us. I would like to request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri and Vice Chancellor Minhaj University, Lahore, to come forward and present the shield to Chaudhry Manzoor Ahmed as token of appreciation. He is the member of Executive Committee, Pakistan People's Party, Punjab. Thank you, sir. So it is a tea break. We will now take a break for refreshment. Tea will be served in the hallway of Al Farabi Auditorium. Please return in 10.
To Dr. Mohyuddin Hussain Qadri for inviting us here. We are very honored to be here again. I would also like to take this opportunity to express the organizer of this conference, Dr. Yasir Khan, and his all team, which they have really worked very hard to bring all of us here. Today, it is both an honor and a necessity that we gather here to address challenges of our time, climate change. I will try to focus on Pakistan. Pakistan, despite contributing only 0.7% of global greenhouse gas emissions, ranks among the top 10 most climate vulnerable nations in the world. The devastating flood of 2022, which submerged a third of the country, displaced 33 million people, and a loss of over $35 billion according to the UN. South Asia, home to nearly 1/4 of the humanity, is a climate hotspot. Rising temperature, erratic monsoon, melting glaciers, and rising sea level threaten food security, water resources, and economic stability. In Pakistan alone, heat waves now regularly exceed 50 degrees. Over 3,000 glaciers in northern Pakistan are retreating at an alarming rate, and coastal communities face increasingly salinity and erosion. Yet this conference is not just about acknowledging crisis, it is about solution, how we can build climate resilient infrastructure, how can we transition to renewable energy, which currently makes up to 4% of Pakistan energy mix. How can we protect our farmers who feed the nation but suffer from the worst droughts and flood. Air pollution, if I can say, South Asia houses 29 of the 30th most polluted cities globally, with air quality level far exceeding WHO safety guidelines. When I talk about the economic losses, climate-induced disasters are projected to cost South Asia approximately $518 billion by 2050 and escalating nearly $1 trillion by 2070. Pakistan also posed since 1996 to 2016, in 20 years, lost approximately $80 billion from the climate-related disasters. Agriculture, when I talk, climate change is expected to reduce Pakistan's agriculture productivity by 8 to 10% by 2040, which is only 15 years from now. When with the rising population growth, this will be a big challenge. So I can go on and on that, but the time is very limited. So therefore, I would like to invite our first panelist. This is Professor Dr. Franz Baumann. I am honored. If I start his CV, it will take me an hour, but I will try to be very short. A distinguished German diplomat and academic with a career spanning over 3 decades at the United Nations. He served as Assistant Secretary General for General Assembly Affairs and Conference Management from 2009 to 2015, and later Special Advisor on Environment and Peace Operation. His tenure at the United Nations includes significant role in the Nigeria, Haiti, Vienna, and New York, focusing on management, peacekeeping, and environmental issues. Currently, Dr. Baumann serves as the president of the Academic Council on United Nations System, ACUNS, for the terms 2024 to 2028. He is also a visiting research professor at the New York University, where his research focuses on international governance, climate change, and the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development. My question to he will talk about climate governance internationally and national. The floor is yours, Dr. Baumann.
Thank you, Afsar. Thank you very much for your interest. Thank you very much for the university for having the conference and for inviting me. And so the usual protocol is observed. I recognize and I thank everybody who was involved with the organizing of the conference. So I'm very lucky to be speaking after Professor Hussein Mohiuddin Qadri, because he anticipated quite a lot of what I was going to say, so I'm saved. I don't have to repeat it. And since my speaking time was cut from 30 minutes to 10, I'll do that very quickly. So, let me also say that I will speak as a social scientist and a historian, which is not as an engineer, not as a diplomat, not as a UN official, not as a citizen of the global north, which I am as a German citizen. I will speak as a historian and a social scientist. I will ask the question, how will future generations look back to the first quarter of the 21st century and the last quarter, if you will, of the 20th century? How will they assess how humanity has dealt with the challenge of global heating? Will they assess that, yes, there were significant steps in the right direction, and we've heard the professor speak early in the morning about the Montreal Protocol, about the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, on the Kyoto Protocol. This is all true, but was the scale of action adequate to the scale of the challenge? That is what future historians will ask, and what, in a way, we as living today will have to answer. Did we do what has to be done? Importantly is also the question, who is we? Is it an issue for citizens? Is it an issue for governments? Is it an issue for the international community? With all of these questions, you have to ask as a social scientist what these things mean. Are they abstracts? Are they real concepts? The international community has no address. It has no telephone number. You cannot phone them and say, do this or that or the other. The international community is all the countries of the world sitting together, working together. The great achievement of the United Nations, for the first time in history, a universal body was created that brought big countries and small together with one country, one voice, one vote in the General Assembly. So you have the smallest countries in the world, Pacific Islands, that have less people than a big country like China adds every morning before breakfast in terms of population. Yet these countries have a vote and a voice. What this also means is that you have no enforcement capacity. If you have big, powerful countries will not submit to a majority of other countries. So we have this delicate situation where we do have the principle of universality, that every country is represented, but we also have the principle of sovereign equality. each country one vote, and nobody will tell the countries what to do. And this is, if you will, the strength and the weakness of international climate governance. Professor Modi Hussein Kadri, sorry if I don't pronounce it right, mentioned this morning the Paris Agreement, and this is absolutely a milestone in human history that all countries of the world, with 4 exceptions, I can mention them in the discussion if you're interested, have agreed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees to beyond pre-industrial levels. But not a single country in the world is living, no, 2 exceptions, Gambia and Costa Rica, is living up to the commitments it voluntarily entered into in Paris. So the world is at fault. So it is easier to make commitments, it's much harder to actually live up to them. Global heating is therefore an important problem of politics, national politics and international politics. Nationally, between urban centers and rural areas, internationally, between oil-producing countries and oil-importing countries, between countries suffering particularly from global heating and others that don't. Big countries and small countries, countries that contribute a lot to the problem or have contributed historically a lot to the problem. Climate change is not an issue of today. Climate change has its origins in the Industrial Revolution. Burning fossil fuels emits carbon dioxide, and that shields the atmosphere, and that leads to global warming. You know all the physics of it. Carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere for centuries. So therefore, what causes the problem today is not only the emissions of today, but the emissions of the past 200 years. In the UN, this is recognized as common but differentiated responsibility. So, countries have to account for what happened not by the currently living citizens, but by the predecessors in the past 200 years. And it makes it so incredibly difficult. So that is the political aspect of climate change, and we can, of course, go into it. But it is not only a problem of politics, it is a problem of physics. And physics is quite indifferent regarding the political problems within countries or between countries. Water, desertification. No, the physics operates on its own metrics and will not be influenced. Now, the UN recognized the issue as early as 1988 with a resolution on preserving the future for humanity. No, actually it was still called mankind. It was not gender sensitive, it was mankind. And that resulted in the Rio Climate Conference of '92, and then, as we heard this morning, in the Kyoto Protocol, in the Framework Convention on Climate Change. But in those nearly 40 years, carbon emissions have not fallen, they have actually risen. And what we are seeing is what can be called a predatory delay. There is no dispute in the scientific community worldwide about the causes and the possible solutions of the problem. The causes is burning fossil fuels, and the solution is decarbonization, to stop burning fossil fuels. As long as we keep burning them, that long the atmosphere will heat up. So this predatory delay will cause future generations and future governments consider those currently living, us, as reckless, because we knew but we couldn't organize ourselves politically, globally, even nationally, to do what needs to be done. There is a catch-22 on climate change, which is that the ecologically required is politically not feasible, and what is politically possible is ecologically insufficient. So in conclusion, I'm leaving you with the three challenges that humanity faces. And you can consider it humanity, you can consider it the world's governments, you can consider it the world's countries, whichever frame you want to choose. But the choice in front of us is whether we opt for mitigation, and mitigation means reducing the damage. Or if you will, it means avoiding the unmanageable. The second choice is adaptation, that we are adapting to the crisis, that we are living with the damage, that we are cranking up the air conditioning or do all kinds of other higher flood or drought control measures. So we are no longer fighting the crisis, we're living with it. We are managing the unavoidable. And the last one, I have 2 minutes left, but I need only 10 seconds. The last option is suffering. Mitigation, adaptation, suffering, and it will be not one or the other, it will be a mixture of the three. And the question is how the mixture will be. Which of the three elements will dominate the next couple of decades? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baumann. I'm sorry we are under time pressure, and that's why I have to warn my speaker to limit the time for 12 minutes. Our next speaker is well known to Minhaj University. He's an old citizen of Minhaj University. It is Dr. Muhammad Shahid Suraya. Dr. Suraya is a seasoned educationist and policy expert, currently serving as the Director General of the Pakistan Institute of Education, an autonomous organization under the Ministry of Federal Education and Professional Training, Government of Pakistan. With extensive experience in education, educational planning, research, and institutional development, Dr. Suraya has played an exceptional role in the shaping of national education policy framework and advancing data-driven decision-making in Pakistan education sector. Floor is yours, Dr.
Thank you very much, Afsar, and an old friend. So inviting the old citizen. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad Sahab, international delegates, honorable panelists, faculty members and students, Assalamu alaikum, and very good afternoon. I'm coming from Pakistan Institute of Education. Pakistan Institute of Education is actually the think tank of the ministry, the Federal Ministry of Education. And primarily, there are three main functions of Pakistan Institute of Education. The first, we are responsible to collect information and data on education across Pakistan, coming from schools, colleges, universities, madaras, tech side, all kind of data on almost 71 indicators. And that kind of information and evidence is being generated The aim is to utilize those in evidence-based policy making. The second area where we are leading at national level is the learning assessment. This is the national body which is responsible to measure the learning level of school kids. And the third, very important responsibility and the function of this institution is the evidence-based policy making, to lead the federal government institutions in the evidence-based policy making. Today's discussion is, of course, on the higher education institutions' role in the awareness, and this is the kind of the wonderful start Dr. Franz has already taken. I'll be more focused on Pakistan, and particularly when you talk about the areas which were affected in 2022 flood. The most affected part are the kids who were in school and who are in educational institutions. Today's discussion, I would like to structure. When you talk about 2022 floods, not more than 20% schools are being recovered, the affected schools. And the second very important area where we need to work is what kind of policies we already have, and what kind of work we are doing, and the way we have to do it. And the third area where I'll structure this discussion is the role of higher education in development of these kind of policies and the researches they have to do. It's important to share that over 27,000 schools were affected in flood of 2022. 2.6 million kids were affected. And more than 200 schools were used for the emergency shelters. The wider disruptions were the midterm assessments, those were cancelled. Non-formal, there's a huge structure of non-formal school system that was stopped. And then we didn't have the school return strategies to bring back those kids back to schools. ये इसको लाइट कुछ कम कर देंगे, so the people would be able to take care of. This mapping is important. That's the kind of work we did, the Pakistan Institute of Education. And the data is important. 62% of the mapped schools are single room structure in those areas. 40% lacked clean drinking water. And 55% had no functioning toilets, particularly when you talk about girls' schools. Only 18% had disaster risk reduction integration in curricula. And if you see the high-risk districts, that's Dadu, Jacobabad, DG Khan, Lasbela, Rajanpur, the rural schools waited almost 6 months, more than 6 months, for the aid. And some areas, 70%, more than 70% students were displaced. So keeping in view the latest technology Pakistan Institute of Education is using, we are mapping the geographical using the satellite images. So I'm keeping in view the image, I couldn't show it properly, but that's how the rivers are flowing, and the the population we have around that. And then we also worked on student impact, dropouts risk, and displacement. We are also working on long-term education setbacks if there's there. There are actually managerial issues as well. We are not prepared for the deficit systematic governance. The SOPs were not over there, and that's still lacking. There's another area which we worked, there are different agencies working, but they need more integration in their policies. And there's no early warning system on which, I just showed you, we are working on early warning system so we can take care of the decisions as early as possible. Crisis training is missing. Psychosocial support services are unavailable. High teacher absenteeism, this is what we calculated. This is the data we have. And then 60%, more than 60%, schools were built before 2000. And there's no disaster resilience. Structures made from mud, unenforced bricks and bamboo, no elevation of the flood proofing. And then there's an issue that when you go for the post-disaster reality, the learning continued in the tents, shelters, around 6 to 12. We just recovered from the COVID. Just try to imagine the learning level. We were just recovering from the COVID, and we entered into this is kind of crisis. And the solar panels, and those were not restored. And this is the issue with Pakistani system, the education system. We have the multi-grade teaching. And particularly when you talk about the South Punjab, which was affected, and the Sindh, so multi-grade teaching, and the own single room schools are there. And those areas were affected. Before, actually, we used to have the manual data collection. Somebody would go over there, get the pictures, add the certain data over there, and then the situation we could realize. Now we are, as I showed you, we are working on the latest technologies so we could see easily through the digital. We do have the data system, but we just upgraded that. And just talk about the gender disparity. 40% rise in the dropout was considered, and that the data showed that there's particularly in the girls. Child marriages increased, and the domestic burden increased. And the hygiene issue, the Bosch facility is that's the kind of, and when you talk about the girls' schools, the parents, because there were no boundaries after the flood, the parents were not ready to send their daughters to school. And then we couldn't find, I shared that only 20%, the UNICEF was working with the Sindh government and federal government, and they pledged 4,000 schools recovery, and so far, I talked 27,000, if we'll go for the fully damaged, around 19,000, only 2,000 we could restructure. Those are, of course, the climate. I'll try. So let me quickly move towards keeping in view the policy side. Pakistan Institute of Education just finalized in December 2024 National Education Policy Development Framework. There is another issue when you go for the federation, the education is devolved subject. And when there's education is devolved subject, the policy making and the implementation and the decision making and the financing would be coming from the provinces. At national level, we wanted to have the consensus, and that really we had to work really hard for around 6 months, and national education policy development framework was developed with consensus of the provinces, where we placed particularly the climate issue over there. And we are heading towards the federal education policy, and all the provinces, they are taking care of their policies. We agreed that this would be the regular part of the feature. So what we are looking for from the higher education, the policy is not from the school side, it's for the higher education, for the school and the tech and the religious education as well. What we are looking from the higher education sides, this is kind of opportunity for the higher education sector, that they could introduce such programs, curricula, and specialized subjects. And of course, this is the opportunity for the greater research. The data is available, and it is not limited to one subject only. Don't go for the sciences, so social sciences and humanities, all can work together. And keeping in view the data available and the issues we do have, particularly when you talk about Pakistan, and the funds, international funding bodies are there. Let's move forward to design such studies which would be helpful for the federal government, like the institution like us, to go for the evidence-based policy making. And that kind of interaction, so we are moving towards and addressing the issue through the policy. There's a system design, and greening higher education, we can talk, we can talk a lot on that, and then preparing youth for the green economy. There is strategic gaps, institutional weakness are there, we need to work on there, and then there's a lot dependence on the funding bodies, the international donors. We need to work using our own resources just to need and prioritize the education as the financing priority for the all federal and the provincial governments. Then we are looking for the atlas that would help for the greater work. National Open Data Portal is now available, publicly available, and then disaster link dropout, the early warning system we have just developed, would be available soon. So thank you very much, Afsar. I'll try to conclude, though we couldn't talk a lot, but that's the kind of opportunity to work together from the all parts of the education, including all the segment, including the school education. We need to prepare the teachers who would be ready to enter into market and prepare their students for the climate resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suraya. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but the role of moderator is not easy. It's a very challenging sometime under the time pressure we are facing right now. Without further wasting my time, I would like to request Dr. Rehana Saeed Hashmi. Professor Dr. Rehana Saeed Hashmi is a distinguished academic and political analyst, currently serving as a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Punjab, Lahore. She has been affiliated with the university since 2001, progressing from lecturer to associate professor and ultimately to her current role as a professor. Her research interests encompass a wide range of topics, including climate change, political economic, research methodology, South Asian political systems, and domestic policy. I would like to ask her the role of higher education for climate change, and especially the steps taken for creating awareness in the public in general and to the student in particular. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rathore. I am honored and I am grateful to Minhaj University, the Vice Chancellor, the Board of Governors, the rectors, the faculty, and the students as well, who invited me here to talk on this very pressing issue of today. I had no idea that I have to give a speech because I was asked to have a panel discussion here. So at the last moment, I have now gathered my ideas that what I have to say. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that climate change, this is a global issue. And to resolve this issue, we need some planetary solution. And planetary solution needs acted upon locally, that we have to take single step and local step, then collectively we would be able to mitigate the challenge of climate change. Since morning we are listening about different hazardous aspects of climate change. You also read about different things, that what the climate change is. So every single report on climate change only reiterate the numbers, how the issue is creating problems, and how this has irreversible damages on health, livestock, vegetation. Now we have to discuss that how to respond this issue, and specifically I am focusing on that what should be the responsibility of the higher education, like the universities, that what they have to do, how they have to create awareness. So for climate change, I do believe that those days when we were talking about that the climate change is happening and this is impacting the lives of individuals, now it has happened. And we are living in the age that is called the climate crisis. So we do focus more on that, how to mitigate this crisis-like situation, and how to build the strategies to design that how this crisis should be minimized. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a need to sensitize the issue that this climate crisis has very, very disastrous impact on the human life. So I would believe that the higher education, as a member of higher education, as a faculty of a very prestigious university of Pakistan, I do believe in that we should focus on three important things. One, which is very important, is developing strategic narrative. So the strategic narrative mean that we have to develop this, including in which, like Dr. Shahid Saroya has said, that this is not the issue that one individual or one organization could tackle, but this is the issue in which from government to organization to universities to schools to communities and to individuals, every one individual, every organization that has this type of responsibility or who are watching and observing this phenomena could move together and be the part of this strategic narrative in which this could be sensitized. Second thing, which is because I am also working on climate change and specifically climate-induced migration. So my research is that there is a gap. And that gap is not relevant to the knowledge gap, but that is the action gap. Because we have too much about the impact, but we do not have that how to execute the policies, how compelling and unifying strategic narrative on climate crisis might be executed, because the governments, all the states, they do have climate change policies. They are used to often making amendments in this, but there is not the execution plan. And this is the reason that we are at the stage which is called the climate crisis. And the third thing which we should focus on it, that is climate change education, that CCE. So CCE will lead to addressing and understanding the climate crisis. At this time, around 50 countries of the world, they have approached to CCE, and it is the part of their curriculum. And for Pakistan, as far as the CCE is concerned, I suggest that we should more focus on further three important things. One, the organizational structure of each and every institution. And this organizational structure would basically prioritize the climate sensitivity. Second, we should focus on the curricula. And curricula mean that there must be interdisciplinary approach. And in interdisciplinary approach, whether you are studying, you are teaching life sciences, natural sciences, or social sciences, there must be an integrative approach that could be the part of curricula. And third one is based on the research programs. We should design research program focusing on how the solution should be, and that could be policy research. Obviously, policy research are always based on solution-oriented strategies. These three, for saving time, Professor Rathore, I will just say that moving towards this strategy, there must be certain baby steps, and baby steps are very important because every little and baby step contribute to great success. And for this purpose, we also need to create sustainable behavior, which is required, and this sustainable behavior can be designed through training and reiterating the education. And at the end, I will say that being a student of political science, I know this is very difficult task. Execution is always remain difficult, but political science always teaches us the art of possibilities, and the word no is not existent in the dictionary of political science. So we do work on possibilities, and for that purpose, I request the member higher education department as well, and the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shehzad Ahmed, and all other stakeholders that they please could join a consortium. They could make a consortium for this climate change education so that we can better design and we can better sensitize it, and the future leaders who are also sitting here, they could better aware with all this issue that how they are impacting our life and how we can get rid of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Rehana. You were excellent. Only 7 minutes 45 seconds you took it. Thank you very much. You saved a lot for the lunch break, and we are on time. Thanks very much. Talking about the awareness, yes, this is the need of the hour, I believe. I also believe that Pakistan has challenges in the resources, but yet, to my understanding and to my research, there is also the mismanagement is a lot, and also the mismanagement of the resources and not proper utilization of the resources are also one of the challenges. Our next and last speaker before we go to the well-deserved lunch break is Professor Dr. Shahana Khurshid. Professor Shahana Khurshid is a visiting associate professor at the Department of Chemistry and Chemical Engineering at LUMS. She holds a BS in Environmental Engineering from the MIT US and both an MS in Biomedical Engineering and PhD in Environmental Engineering from the University of Texas at Austin. During her doctoral study, she was awarded the highly prestigious NSF Eggert Fellowship and the EPA Star Fellowship. Wow. Welcome. Dr. Rehana, my question to you will be again, role of LUMS, which I understood is also doing a lot for combating the climate change. What are the suggestions, what are the steps they are taking in order to bring more awareness and educating our public as well as the student in particular? Thank you, Dr. Rehana.
Thank you for the invite. It's lovely to be here. What LUMS can do is what Minhaj University is also doing, is what all higher education institutions can do by having workshops and conferences like this. And thereby we can target a certain sect of the population. So wherever we can increase our audience to a wider audience than just this auditorium is when we hopefully affect greater change. LUMS has organized various workshops. One that I wanted to highlight is part of a larger effort in the Lahore Biennale Foundation has been doing these annual events for the last 3 years where they bring attention to issues caused by environmental degradation, issues which have been created by poor waste management, poor not conserving our heritage sites, and air pollution. And as part of that, so on the broader sort of spectrum of the Lahore Biennale Foundation, LUMS organized a couple of workshops on climate narratives, so linking climate change with literature, South Asian literature, gleaning parallels between that. So to bring it to I'm a scientist, as I guess my intro sort of will allude. I'm an engineer, so I'm interested in studying the science behind how particles form. But to make this broadly, to raise awareness, if I go on about particles and chemistry, that's not how we'll draw the public to figuring out how they are impacting this change. So drawing parallels between literature and climate change, how literature has sort of showcased or described environmental issues over the centuries, stuff like that. So one session on climate narratives, and these are on YouTube. So these sessions were recorded and are available if you just Google them. And then another one on urban ecologies, so how urban infrastructure is directly linked with public health, how poor waste management practices are impacting the societies around. So those are just some baby steps that many of which are needed to keep increasing the awareness levels. But from the science point of view, I think in all these sessions, there should be that reminder of what is the base cause, what's causing climate change, what's causing the air pollution. So I wanted to ask, how many of us think that the air pollution around us in the winters, how much of that do you think, those are particles, right? How many of us think that those particles are emitted by burning fossil fuels, by our anthropogenic human activities? Do we think that all of that comes from us emitting particles through our cars, through our energy needs? Yes? All of it? Right? So if I'm burning, if I lit my stove in the morning to fry an egg, did I contribute to any sort of air pollution in that? By burning the gas. Anything else? Yes, I used a fossil fuel reserve. We are running out of natural gas, so that will increase the CO2 levels a little bit. But other than that, did I make any gas which will contribute to air pollution? Absolutely, but in me frying an egg, did I create any chemical, any compound other than carbon dioxide and burning? I did, but I don't think NOx. I made nitrogen oxides, even though the gas does not have nitrogen in it. Nitrogen is more than 70% of the air around us. So in burning that fossil fuel, I made nitric oxide and nitrous oxide, NO and NO2. NO and NO2, though not, NO2 has inflammatory effects on if we breathe it in high concentrations, but those gases are directly part of the chemistry that forms ozone. Ozone is really good up in the stratosphere, but down in the troposphere where we are breathing air, it's really bad. And not just bad because, yes, ozone is an irritant of the lungs, but it triggers a bunch of chemistry which forms other compounds, which then lead to the particles. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that we may be emitting smellless, odorless, colorless gases, and they will react with each other to form the tiny particles. And those tiny particles will then agglomerate together and form larger and larger particles. Eventually, they will settle out in the atmosphere. They will, around, once they reach 1 micrometer, they are large enough that they will settle out on the order of an hour, a few hours at most. But they form at the nanometer scale. So nanometer, micrometer, what are those in terms of, size? My hair is about, so each hair strand of mine is about 60, 70 micrometers. So if I, split my hair into 60 pieces, 60 sort of sections in the diameter, that's how small one micrometer particle is. And I'm talking about particles which are nucleating at 1,000 times smaller levels than that. So that awareness that our gas phase emissions, which we may not see. We can see a car driving by and we can see sort of soot coming out of it and we're like, oh, why, there should be emission standards, and we totally need those. I mean, this is me, sort of giving a science primer. All of the policy and those, we have the laws in place. We need to implement them. The laws, the emission standards for cars are there. We're just not implementing them. We have started the emission standards for industries are also there, and the government has started, in Punjab at least. I'm originally from Karachi, and I don't think the implementation has been, it has started here and not as much over there. But the issue is also, I guess, greater over here because of the temperature inversion conditions, which exacerbate, which bring, the problem really to home because of the smog levels being much higher during the winters. Karachi has wind, so then all the emissions get diluted out. But the implementation of industrial emissions has started, but the vehicular emissions have not. The laws are there, but the implementation hasn't happened. So those efforts absolutely have to continue and hopefully will. But the science awareness that we may think that we are not doing anything when we are frying an egg, but we are all contributing, not just to the fossil fuel burning and the CO2 emissions. Carbon dioxide levels are at 430 parts per million, above that now. The last time on Earth when the levels of carbon dioxide were this high was 3 million years back. And there were no humans then, and so I think everyone in this room would agree that the climate change is a real sort of threat that we've all faced. But they are still on a global, worldwide base. There are some companies and some groups who will advocate that no, climate change is not an issue. It's something. These are the regular cycles of the Earth going through its. But humans did not. When was the first human supposedly, based on evolution? Humans did not populate the Earth till 50,000 years back is when the first language sort of is like humans started using language, and even 300,000 years or so for the first human to be. So the carbon dioxide levels being much higher earlier was at a time when human beings weren't there on Earth. So all the added carbon dioxide traps heat, increases the global temperatures. Those effects were happening on Earth when humans were not part of the equation. Now we are here and we will feel the effects of that. Not just through the melting of the polar ice caps, not just through the pH levels changing in the oceans because the higher carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere are going to dissolve into the oceans, decreasing the pH, making it more acidic, changing the ecology, changing agriculture, produce, all of those things. So it is a real change, and wherever we can sort of keep educating people like us, people out, and even just casual conversations over tea or whatever. That is what is needed. And yes, we all, LUMS, Minhaj University, all of us will try our bit in creating that awareness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, my panelists, and I again apologize for being a bit harsh. That's the mandate or the target given to me. We have few minute time for question and answer, and I will be far more stricter to my audience by requesting be precise with your questions and one question per person. Please go ahead. Please. Can someone give the mic?
Assalamu alaikum, sir. This is Wajahat Ali, student of PhD International Relations at Minhaj University. And thank you to School of Political Science and particularly Dr. Shahid Surai for being a good teacher as well. My particularly question from you, sir, as you talk about preparing youth for the green economy. So I would like to give one kind of a suggestion, like government of Pakistan occasionally or the yearly send its delegation on the COP. Why we not particularly focus, make a group of a researcher and a student under your institution or Minhaj University and have some kind of a policy dialogue or a research project on particularly this task for the green economy, please?
This is what actually I had to rush. This is what I proposed, that while we were developing the framework, we ensured that the climate change area should be focused over there, whether you go for the higher education or the school education. And that's a climate change the ministry is separate. The Federal Ministry of Education is, and we are taking care of the SDG 4. But it is interlinked. The things are interlinked, and we are moving with that policy. We are developing now the federal education policy, a very focused work, and will ensure that it would be included in the policy. And regarding the policy dialogue, this is the honorable panelist. This is what she said, that this is not the issue which we can take care, but one institution can take care. We need to work together, like all the higher education institutions. The collective platform should be developed, and also the kind of research is not on one aspect, there are multiple aspects related to climate change. We would go for that. Pakistan Institute of Education is meant for the policy research kind of work based on the evidences we are generating and the other organizations generating. So I just showed you one, the digital image. That's the atlas we are developing. So it would be publicly available soon. So the people would, the researchers, they would have the direct access of the data we are producing, and they can have the secondary analysis or even the primary analysis. They can go for that. Thank you.
Quick, short question with short answer, please.
Okay, my name is Madiha Saider, and I'm the student of PhD, Political Science Department. I have a question to Professor Dr. Baumann. Given your extensive experiences with the UN and environmental policy, how do you perceive the role of international cooperation in addressing climate change, particularly in the context of South Asia?
Well, thank you very much. The UN is firstly a forum, a norm-setting forum, discussions. Secondly, it is a data collector. It is not an enforcer. So the UN is where the discussion of the issue happens, and countries will agree, and you also have the important element of country shaming. Those countries that make promises but do not deliver. So it is creating publicity, it is creating public awareness, but it is not an enforcement agency. On the data, one small point, the UN Environment Program in Nairobi issues every year the gap report, which is the gap between where countries' emissions are compared with the country's promises. That's the gap. And the other is the production gap report. You should Google them. They're very well worth reading. Good science. What are the countries promising, and how are their economic development plans comparing? How are they investing? They're saying we're going green, but they're investing in brown. And so this is documented worldwide. This is not on a regional basis, but on a global basis. Thank you.
All right. My question is,
Yeah.
All right. My question is from Professor Franz Baumann. My name is Inamullah Marwat. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Political Science in University of Management and Technology. My question is having two tangents. Like, I mean, it's built up on some of the section is falling within the history, some of the section belongs to future. And it goes something like this, like, we are currently living in this Westphalian model. The whole international system is based upon this Westphalian model. And this model actually blessed us with this feature of sovereign equality.
Please come to the question.
Yes,
please.
question is on this line that Westphalian model maintained peace in this world for quite a long time, but keeping in this whole model is now becoming an obstacle in the way of climate change. When we talk about sovereign, you refer to sovereign equality, but again, this feature of Westphalian model is somehow becoming an obstacle in the way of climate change as well. Like, I mean, how exactly we need to cope with this issue. Question is, are we on the verge of, like, how exactly you see this whole thing? Should we develop another model to deal with such challenges? Our Westphalian model has completely become obsolete. If you can share your take on this whole thing.
Thank you. Very interesting question. For not political scientists, the Westphalian model, Peace of Westphalia after the 30 Years' War in Europe, established the principle of sovereignty. In other words, that states are responsible and accountable for what they do within their borders, and other countries should not interfere. And that is the model that was valid still when the United Nations were created. The countries, the members of the UN, are sovereign and they are equal, and they are fully accountable for what goes on within their borders, and the UN manages the international cooperation. Well, is that still valid today? Well, less and less so, because you have many other actors. You have big corporations, Google, Meta. You have issues that transcend borders. The Westphalian model was that you need passports to cross borders. Now we're living increasingly in a world where problems transcend borders. So the Westphalian model is under pressure very clearly, and that also means that the UN is sadly less relevant than it was earlier because you have other actors. It is certainly not dead, and is certainly still very important to have an organization with a convening power of bringing everybody together, because otherwise we'll be all just talking to ourselves, and that is not going to solve a global problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my panelists. Thank you, the audience. I would just like to conclude that we are already a bit late. With a positive note that, according to my research, Pakistan has pledged to reduce 50% of its projected emission by 2030, and with the 60% of energy coming from renewable energy sources under the National Determined Contribution Initiative, like the Recharge Pakistan project, backed by $77 million Green Climate Fund investment, aim to restore wetland and to build water resilience. Meanwhile, the 10 billion tree tsunami has already planted 1.4 billion trees, reviving ecosystem. But unfortunately, our fight cannot stop here. South Asia loses 5 to 7% of its GDP annually due to the climate change impacts, according to the Asian Development Bank. And without urgent action, and that is the shocking thing, 62 million people in Pakistan could face severe food security by 2030, according to the World Food Program. The choices we make today, whether in policy, innovation, or collective responsibility, will determine whether our children inherit a wasteland or a sustainable future. If I can talk about the opportunity, as I mentioned a couple of times, Pakistan has the capacity and capability of generating 65,000 megawatt hydropower capacity, 60,000 megawatt windmills, and 2.9 million megawatt solar energy, which could be a hub for energy. However, and according to what we have known, Pakistan is generating a lot of surplus energy which has been wasted. Therefore, they had this 2.3 trillion rupees or $7.7 billion surplus circular debt, which can use, this energy can be used for mining the cryptocurrency, which is very in today, and in order to generate this investment and to put this investment in the renewable energy. With this positive note and hope the stakeholder will also work together with the Minhaj University, I am again thankful to Dr. Muhyiddin Qadri, to the Minhaj University for initiating such a conference here, which is the need of that hour. And we thank you, all the audience. I thank my panelists, and I apologize again for being sometime too harsh under the time constraint. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But before we proceed towards shield distribution ceremony, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, to make an important announcement for Minhaj University.
Thank you very much. So I won't take much time, and just an important announcement with thanks to Dr. Franz Baumann. There is an international organization associated to United Nations, which is the Academic Council on the United Nations System, ACUN. It is a professional association of scholars, practitioners, institutions, and individuals who are active in the work and study of United Nations. ACUN stimulates and supports dialogue and research about issues of global concern and international cooperation. This is the introduction of the organization. The organization, Dr. Franz Baumann is representing here in this conference. This Academic Council on the United Nations System holds its annual conference each year, bringing together leading scholars, policymakers, United Nations officials, and representatives of civil society from around the world. For over 3 decades, this prestigious event has served as a platform to highlight critical global issues and recommend key policy guidelines. The important announcement which I am going to make now is that Minhaj University is proud to announce that in year 2027, Minhaj University will host this prestigious event for the first time in the South Asian history in Pakistan. The upcoming ACUN annual meeting will be held, as I have mentioned, in 2027 at this campus. Previously, these conferences have taken place in Japan, Nairobi, and Lisbon, which will take next year. It is also an important highlight that ACUN held its first ever conference in South Africa, marking significant milestone in its global outreach. So we are looking forward as a nation, as a country, as a university to this prestigious event, which we will host at Minhaj University, which will certainly provide a golden opportunity for the intellectuals of Pakistan and academic community of Pakistan to interact and take part and interact and meet all these intellectuals which will gather from around the world on this event. And as I have mentioned, that this will be the first time that in last 30 years, for the first time, this event will come to South Asia, and that would be Minhaj University. So I'd like to congratulate all the participants and the academia and intellectuals and academic community of Pakistan for receiving this opportunity. And I would also like to thank Dr. Franz Baum for providing this opportunity for collaboration to Minhaj University. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, to join us on stage for shield distribution. May I kindly invite Professor Dr. Franz Baumann to come forward and receive your shield as token of appreciation. Please. Dr. Muhammad Shahid Suraya. Professor Dr. Rehana Saeed Hashmi. Dr. Shabnam Khurshid. Shahana Khurshid, sorry. Sahana Khurshid. And Dr. Afsar Rathor. Thank you, panelists, for your valuable insight. We will now break for lunch and prayer until 2 p.m. Okay, 2:15, and former Assistant Secretary Generals of United Nations. Sir, we request you to join us on stage. Then, Mr. Ali Kamal will join us virtually. He is the Chief of Sustainable Development Goals at Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives. Professor Dr. Shabib Haider, SPP Abdul Qadir Memorial Chair, School of Economics, University of Punjab. Ms. Amina Rafiq, Additional Director General Technical, Punjab Food Authority. Ms. Ammara Khan, Head of Provincial Office, United Nations Food Programme, Lahore, Punjab. Give a round of applause to all our speakers. Sir, over to you.
Opportunity to moderate this very, very important session, I believe, and on a subject which is very, very demanding, I believe. As political scientists, you could have chosen a much easier subject, like, the problematics of democracy and things like that. But you have picked up a subject which is very, very challenging, and is all related to poverty and food, all those kinds of problems are there. And of course, I have been also given a signal very clear-cut, okay, we have only 1 hour. So we got to manage, some kind of time management is also required. So what I will suggest you is to start with our first panelist, Dr. Professor from Punjab University. He will be speaking. I will give him the stage first to express his views. We'll give you about 7 to 10 minutes. Right, sir?
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I am thankful to Political Science Department, Minhaj University, for the opportunity. Well, my work, earlier work on climate change and agriculture production was published in 2010. It's around about 15 years back. What we see now, the world has quite a change. There is a climate change. And one thing I should be adding, that conflicts, regions in conflicts, they create food insecurity. Because food insecurity is access, availability, and utilization of that food. For last many years, we have been seeing that there are countries where there is wars. Recent past is Palestine, then there is Ukraine. Before that, more or less Libya, Syria, Afghanistan. So all these countries they've been conflict or powers try to overthrow the governments, and that bring the instability. Once there is an instability, naturally food systems are threatened. And I believe that not only here, but in African countries where there has been conflict, there is a wars, civil wars, directly or indirectly, you can say that it is not a simple food security issue of a local production. It is there. Naturally, recently we have seen Pakistan government use a knee-jerk sort of policy about the wheat production and buying the wheat, but most of the time, Western powers didn't realize that the political economy of local functionaries and food systems not only depends upon international peace, but they are also depends upon local peace conditions. So whenever there is, and most vulnerable people are poor people, they are women, they are children who are either killed or deprived of access to food, or availability of the food cannot be channelized to them. So it is, from my point of view, the most important thing is conflict resolution and abstain from war conditions. That is the most important factor. Later on, climate change, I mean, how much Pakistan or third world countries are contributed into the greenhouse gases? How much industries we have which is contributing to that? So anyhow, because we also share the benefits, we can share the cost, but naturally it is again the powers reside with those countries where they are less interested. The victims are us. I don't want to say to be playing a victim card, but victims are the poor countries. And the powerful people, they are always there. And similarly, one of the neglected area, most of the research is that those countries who have been victim of colonialization, they have more sort of, you can say, unstable system, because extractive development systems were there. And those extractive development systems, tradition keep on going. And even the food system we are having, still they are relics of British colonializations. Well, you can easy to say that why not you people change it? It's difficult. It's difficult in a sense that the role we are assigned in that colonialism, that in a way or two continues, that we are the countries who provide inputs, and we are the countries who are going to use their outputs. So making it more politically relevant, as it's arranged by a political science department, I think conflicts, wars, and Western irresponsible development and colonial legacy, that are the reasons that there is so much hunger, food insecurity, underdeveloped food systems are there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you very much for a very brief but a very comprehensive analysis of the problems that confronts us today. I very vividly remember. Thank you very much for a very brief but very comprehensive analysis of the crisis that confronts us today. I very vividly remember in the 70s when we were students, there used to be talk about roti, kapda and makan. So the issue of kapda and makan shayad hal ho gaya hai, the problem of food still remains. Therefore, in 2025, we are still talking about the problematics of food. So we have another very good speaker from here, Dr. Amina Rafiq. She will also, I will give her the floor to express her views on these problematics of food crisis, food shortage, and hunger. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I would like to thank Minhaj University and their partners and collaborators for inviting us today here on a very important topic, that is climate change and zero hunger. These are two important SDGs of United Nations, and being representative of Punjab Food Authority, I would like to say that Punjab Food Authority was established in 2012, but it got operational in 2016, and since then it has been playing a major role in combating food adulteration and providing safe and healthy food to the population of Punjab. We are very much in line, we work in line with the SDGs 2 and 13 of United Nations, and we are ensuring that zero hunger and climate change are properly addressed by our organization. I would like to mention here that we have, apart from working on food adulteration, we are indirectly working on so many initiatives that are directly or indirectly addressing these issues. I would like to focus on our first program, that is school nutrition program. We conducted survey of various schools of Punjab, and we got to know that there is a alarming percentage of children who are malnourished and who are affected by stunted growth. And the reason is provision of adequate food and healthy food. So to address this issue, we have started a 3 months program of school nutrition program, in which we are going to provide nutritious food to 3 schools. We have conducted pre-survey of those schools, and after 3 months we are giving them lunch boxes, the students who are suffering from malnutrition, and in those lunch boxes we have included healthy food. And after completion of 3 months, we will going to conduct post-test of those students, and we'll get to know that to which extent this program has contributed to improve the nutrition, well-being of these kids. After that, I would like to share with all of you that we have been working on production of biodiesel from used cooking oil. We know that we have so many oil and ghee and banaspati which is wasted and which must not be reused in the fruit cycle again and again. For that matter, we are trying to regulate this sector as well, which is contributing to climate change effects also. We are giving license to those biodiesel manufacturing companies who are collecting used cooking oil from different restaurants, and they are processing it in making biodiesel. So in this way, the used cooking oil, which was probably being, there was a threat that this oil can be reused in market again and again, which can pose serious health hazards on health of citizens. So we are trying to regulate that this used cooking oil must not be reused in market again and again. After that, we have issued disposal of excess food regulation 2019. What we do in Food Authority, that we take samples of different food products and for the purpose of testing. We ensure that these food are safe from any kind of adulteration. So the sample we take, we have signed MOU with Akhuwat Foundation and many other charity organizations. So we make sure that the samples we take, the food is not wasted, and it is being given to orphanage and all those poor segment of society who are unable to utilize the healthy food. After that, we are encouraging the cold drink manufacturing industry and beverages manufacturers that they should use RPIT packaging of bottles, which is climatically very healthy, and they are not, this is a biodegradable item. Apart from that, we are ensuring that the cold drinks whey drinks are being prepared from different food items like cheese and milk, so that the food spoilage is not takes place, and in the whole supply chain food is not wasted. We have encouraged good manufacturing practices as well, and also we are working on food fortification. We have make it mandatory that staple foods like edible oil, wheat, and salt, in these products, the fortification is ensured by the addition of folic acid, vitamin A and D, so that the people who are getting food, this is healthy, and different kind of nutrients the people should get from the food they take. So we are ensuring that zero hunger and malnourishment and stunted growth is addressed, apart from working from food adulteration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a very succinct but a very comprehensive explanation of the kind of problems that confronts us in the future also. We do have problems, and the problems have got to be sort of resolved. And for that, we have, all scholarly team, expertise sitting here. Our next speaker is, of course, Dr. Amara, again from the World Food Program. Of course, she do, I'm sure, fully understand and will enlighten you on the problematics of food crisis, if there is any. And of course, there is. We have the problem of poverty. We have the problem of increasing inequality in the world. In fact, there are quite a number of very good books which have been recently published on the problematics of increasing inequality. One of the books that immediately comes to my mind is of Thomas Piketty, a French philosopher, who wrote about capital in the 21st century. It's a book which was published by Harvard University, and they were expecting that at least 2,000 books will be sold, and they'll be able to get their money returned. And surprisingly, 2 million books were sold. So you can easily understand, the level of intellectual activity which is increasing, which is on the increase in a very big way. And the participants sitting here also reflects the kind of intellectual activities that is now going on in Minhaj University. So over to you, Dr. Sahaba.
Thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum. Talking on a topic which is very relevant to not professionally what I have been doing, but also that we have been talking a lot in Pakistan. food security, nutrition, zero hunger. And I look at it with a very holistic perspective. It's not only the availability of food, because as a matter of fact, if we talk about Punjab, we call it a food basket. And we do have lots of agriculture products being produced. It's all about inequity, as Sir has very rightly mentioned. And it's all about the access. And when we talk about the access, it's not only about the poverty that people do not have access. If we look at it with the lens of gender, you will be shocked to see the figures. Pakistan is ranked as second lowest in the gender parity report. And that is not just a number. Let me tell you, that is the biggest reality of this country that we all can see and we all are experiencing today. As a matter of fact, when I saw the name of UN's responsibility in it, and because I am working with the United Nations, so I think before addressing any of the issue, it is very, very important for us to understand the complexity of issue. It's not only production, it's not only utilization, it's not only access, it's not only poverty. There are many other factors which are being masked by one or the other way, and we could hardly talk or understand about it. I was looking at few of the stats today, and I could see that from November 2024 to March 2025, there were 11 million people who went to bed hungry in Pakistan. This is a UN data report. And let me tell you, if we dig down this number and we look down into the details, you will find many of them, significant number of this number would be women. Although when we talk about the gender parity, there are several other index, but let me tell you that the food insecurity and malnutrition impacting to the maternal nutrition component is actually what we are getting in future generations. And you know that stunting is one of the key issues. Stunting is not only the malnutrition, it is not only the physical impairment, it is the intellectual impairment. And with 40% under 5 children stunted in the country, what we are looking for in the future generations. The 40% of children who would not be reaching out to their full intellectual potential. So this is the reality. Let's look at the figures, let's look at the data, analyze it more and focus it where we can and focus it where we should be focusing. And at the moment, if I look at the policies, there are several other programs which are being implemented through the government bodies, implementing partners, even as a matter of fact from the UN agencies. Many of them are working only on treatment and saving the lives. We are lacking to focus on prevention, and maternal nutrition is a key prevention where we will have to invest. And we have to invest now. So one of the program which recently has been conceived by the support of government of Pakistan with the technical assistance of United Nations World Food Program, and very unique of its kind is a stunting prevention program which is being implemented in the Punjab. We call it Nasho-Numa program. And this is for the first time ever in the history of any country where I have seen money going into the prevention of maternal nutrition component. The other factor which has been impacting maternal health significantly is the larger number of families, the repeated pregnancies, and that has actually yielded into this number of 40% stunted children. So WFP is implementing one of the very unique program, which is stunting prevention program. It's a cross country which is supported by and in the partnership with the government of Pakistan, which is again a very encouraging thing to hear about, that government has allocated resources for this larger and relatively expensive program. Because whenever I take any project in a phase where we have to advocate for the financial contribution, you'll see many of the resources are allocated only to life-saving and treatment components. And there are very few who can actually focus on the gender equity and actually focus on the prevention component. So in this program, the mothers are being targeted through the BISP registry, where they are being identified as a poor of the poorest segment, and they are taken up from that segment. They are registered in the Nashanuma program, where they are being given conditional cash to improve their uptake of routine health system, as well as they are being provided with lipid-based nutritional supplement, which are very, very targeted to that population, because as a matter of fact, we know that this chunk of population is the one who is food insecure, where we can see the gender inequities most, and where there is the need most. So they are being provided with the nutritional supplement. This is being implemented across country, and we are implementing it in 26 districts of Punjab. And I know when I will tell you that in which districts, you will definitely come up with the question, why not southern districts of Punjab? Because this program is being implemented in 26 districts, leaving 10 southern districts, which are not good in indicators for stunting and wasting. But there is another program with the support of World Bank going on by the health department, which is also focusing on conditional cash programs, which is a nutrition sensitive program and not a nutrition specific program. And we are hoping to have this comparison done by the Aga Khan University soon for the both programs, where I'm very hopeful that this nutrition component will be expanded to those districts where it is not to those districts which are not part of this program. Additionally, I had few of the other stats related to malnutrition, but I'm not sure that how interested you would be to know that we have, if we have 40% of children stunted, 18% are wasted, that means that they can die anytime soon if they are not treated properly. Because this whole cycle of intergenerational malnutrition starts from the mother. A malnourished mother gives birth to a malnourished child, and that malnourished child in a complex environment where there is food insecurity, where there is lack of hygiene practices, where there are environmental factors, where there is a climate impacting not only that household, but significantly to the mother, who is actually the sole take carer of that household and the family. With that thought, I'll stop here and will thank again the Department of Political Science, University of Minhaj, for giving me this opportunity to discuss my thoughts at this forum. Thank you, Dr. Saab.
Thought-provoking, but a very disturbing analysis of the problems that confronts us today. So I think the big question should be, what is the way forward and what is the way out? How do we get out of it? Pakistan is considered to be, and in fact, particularly South Punjab is considered to be the food basket of Pakistan. So if the crisis is in the food basket, then of course we have a very serious problems which needs to be addressed and looked into very carefully. So how do we do it? How do we overcome the problematics of poverty? One good model can be, which has come to my mind is, let us embrace poverty for a while and taste it. This was advocated by a very well-known Latin American scholar, Daniel, who talked about poverty curtain, like Dr. Mahbub al-Haq, who talked about poverty curtain also. He talked about the cruel choice. These are the kind of things, which have been talked about in the 60s and 70s. But the problem still remains. So we are there very much. And of course, this dialogue will go on, the discourse will go on. And perhaps one day, someday, we'll be able to overcome these problems. Europe has overcome this problem. Likewise, hopefully, one day South Asia will also be able to overcome this problem. Our next speaker is, of course, is online, is Dr. Ali Kamal, Chief SDG at the Planning Development and Special Initiatives. He'll be speaking online. Over to Dr. Saab. There's a kind of, I think, problem of, disconnectivity. So we'll wait for it. In the meantime, we have our friend from Austria, from Germany. He will try to wind up the whole discussion that we have had. So you have an opportunity to wind up the views that have been expressed by various speakers. And at the same time, you will, since you represent a very important organization, therefore you are in a position to tell us and enlighten us what is the way forward, where lies the problem, and how through cooperation we can overcome these problems of food crisis that confronts us, maybe in South Asia and to a great extent in Africa also. These are some of the continents where we have these problems. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And having spoken so much before lunch, I won't speak very much this afternoon. But just to say a few things, it's so interesting to hear all the previous speakers and to hear that there are emerging solutions. It's like having a cookbook. You have all the recipes in there. Now all you have to do is to cook it. But what I wanted to say is talk a bit about the role of the United Nations in this complex. And I see three roles mainly for the United Nations. One is the forum for discussion. The UN has massive convening power. If it calls, everybody comes. And so defining the problem and defining solutions, like it was done with the Millennium Development Goals, like it is now done with the Sustainable Development Goals, is hugely important because all countries are working from the same song sheet. They're using the same metric. Without such a, if you will, mediator, without such a forum, everybody would be talking their own language and their own thing. So we have a common basis with all imperfections, but we have a common basis, which is not to be belittled. We have a global dialogue. We are sitting in Lahore, but you could have the same conversation in Finland or in Uruguay with a university audience, which nobody would have to adjust their language. Everybody would understand it, and that is, I think, a huge achievement that the intellectual world, if you will, the concerned world, speaks a common language. The second very important part, contribution, I think, of the UN is that of a data collector. We've just heard data about Punjab or about Pakistan or about the world, about energy, whatever you want, the harmonization and collection of data. Now, the UN does not collect data. The UN works with the statistical offices of 190 odd countries that the data are collected, A, and B, that they're comparable and that they're submitted on time. So you can only drive if you have a roadmap on population, on food, on refugees, on migrants, on biodiversity, on whatever you want. The UN is the global data collector and is the global, if you will, disseminator of this. Now, there's also the element, I mentioned it before, of norm setting, and we spoke about it in the morning, for example, about climate. The Earth Summit leading to a UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, or, which is not particularly known, but the very same conference in Rio 92 brought about the Convention on Biodiversity. So these things come out of this multinational process of deliberation, and it has lastly also, and this is a big difference from the United Nations compared with the predecessor, the League of Nations. The UN has the General Assembly, like a parliament, one country, one vote, the Westphalian model, we talked about it. It has the Security Council that can mandate certain actions. And then it has, thirdly, a very important element that is unprecedented in the world. It has an operational arm. And we have representatives here of IOM, for example, or of the World Food Programme. And there is a family of 30-odd funds programs, specialized agencies dealing with International Telegraphic Union to ICAO in Montreal, harmonizing the way airports are constructed. And doing this kind of legwork, and in the food and hunger area, you have in Rome the FAO, very important data generator, but also on crop diversity and on all kinds of very interesting technical issues that they work and offer their services to countries. And then, of course, in Rome also the World Food Program, the emergency supply, if you will, the ambulance of the world when hunger breaks out, and then we have IFAD. So you have a wide array of institutions that deal and work with issues. The previous Secretary General said, in his last speech to the General Assembly, he said, the United Nations is, by all accounts, an imperfect instrument, but it is a precious one. So let us preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think I fully agree with you that it is a precious organization, and we've got to preserve it, for the well-being of humanity at large. Now, finally, we have Dr. Ali Kamal, who is available online. He's the Chief SDG at the Ministry of Planning, Development and Spatial Initiative. So over to you, sir. He's online, available to the audience. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum ji. This is Ali Kamal. You can hear me. If not, let me know. So I apologize first that I should be part of this international conference as in person, but due to some stuff over here in Islamabad and in Turkmenistan because another event is ongoing, so I could not travel to Lahore even though it's 4 hours away. So the topic is very interesting, and all the 4 panelists who have talked about it is very interesting. But let's see what's the UNA, where are we standing? And as one of the ma'am said, we have challenges, and we do have challenges. We need to convert all those challenges into opportunities. Let's see whether we can do it or not in the next 5 to 6 years. But this is not about just 5 to 6 years. It's a very good development agenda, development program, because sometimes people take agenda as a negative term. It's a very good program. We need to adopt it. It's for the people of the country, for the betterment of the people of the country. So UN, where it aims to create a world free of hunger by 2030, we aim to create Pakistan free of hunger. And when we talk about the free of hunger, it's ability to pay and availability of food as well. So the FIRES, which is food insecurity scale scale, measured at the international level, and we are also measuring the estimated which is around 16%, and COVID is raised to increase to 44%. That's basically the definition of ability to pay. So basically, it is related to income, that is related to poverty as well. So SDG focuses majorly on ending hunger, achieving food security, promoting sustainable agriculture. When we say promoting sustainable agriculture, that's one of the key areas where we need to invest as far as the farmers are concerned, the management is concerned, government is concerned, private sector is concerned, civil society is concerned, because in the end, it's all the betterment of the nation. Our challenge mainly is the 100% access to adequate food for all a year around. And for that, we need a very good information system, whether we have the supply access or demand access or demand, or there is real gap, so we can utilize the information we are getting from different areas and and create the supply, the proper supply where the demand is less or demand is more. So that's 100% access to adequate food for all year round. And when we say adequate, it involves, it also includes nutritious food. So we have certainly seen that the nutritious value of food, whenever they are part of the value chain, coming from Hyderabad, coming from Chalkot, coming from Southern Punjab, coming from Sindh, coming from AP, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, coming from Balochistan, coming from Kashmir, coming from GB, even the Islam food in Islamabad, the Lahore food in Lahore, Karachi food in Karachi. So the supply chain is so bad that it decreases the value, the nutritious value of overall food. Secondly, the way we cook, that's our own desi masla, desi problem. The way we cook, we have the less nutritious value, the way we are cooking our vegetables or otherwise, or even the meat. Then, ma'am very rightly pointed out, which is 2.2, the malnourishment or stunting children, which is 37.6% according to EDHF, though National Nutrition Survey reports 41%. Though it is declining, but still we are thinking, we are seriously thinking whether it will go below 20% or not by 2030, which is a very difficult task. Let's see when the data comes next year for one of the surveys, whether we have achieved enough to decrease below 20%. And even 20% means 1 in 5 kids. That's a lot. We are thinking of by 2047, we must have around less than 10%. But for that, we need to invest in the nutrition, in the food security of the mother as well, because the malnourished mother is giving birth to malnourished children. So it's a overall the ecosystem, or overall we call it the economic business cycle, but it's a population cycle, it's a social cycle, it's a medical cycle, whatever you name it. It's an entire cycle which needs to cover on. So for that, we need 25 years minimum, and we do not have 25 years until we are 100 years old in 2047, inshallah. So we need to increase, as far as the policy making is concerned, we need to increase implementation by hook or by crook, whether it is done through hand washing, whether it is done from malnourishing the woman who is giving birth to the kids. So every time, and it is not related to poverty as such, because 37.7% is average. Even the affluent households in Punjab who have enough money to spend on, they have 22% of stunting rate in their houses. So it's not just about the poverty, it's about the habits as well. We need to teach the habits to decrease the stunting as well. Then overall, whenever we call about 100% access to adequate food all year around, we must have a sustainable food system. So it is very much in line with what I have said earlier. Then we have smaller farmers who are creating several vegetables and staple food for us, and we are committing to 100% increase in the smallholders' productivity and income. How? That's a big question. For the last 10 years, we are working. Agriculture is working on it. Even now, Agriculture Department is working on it. And now, SIFC is working on it. And in the end, which we can control, we can control. Entire participants over here, they can have a big impact on that. In Islamabad and Centaurus, they have a board, they have a maniflexes that the food you are using, maybe it is purchased from your own money, but you should not waste it. So I remember in one of the Italian restaurants in Italy, in Rome, they charge if you have something in your plate, which is a food wastage. So we need to take care of food wastage as well. It is 4% of GDP right now. Food loss is 12%. Overall, the index is 16% in Pakistan. But food wastage is through the mechanization. Food loss is through the mechanization efforts we can improve. But as far as food wastage is concerned, just teach your kids, just teach your students, just teach your siblings, just teach yourself, myself, that whatever we are not eating, which is in our plate, it has a cost attached to it. Ladies and gentlemen, basically, UN focuses on improving agriculture productivity and sustainability. You will be amazed to listen that we do not have indicators for that. FAO developed some questionnaire which is not implemented in Pakistan. I don't know whether it is implemented in the other part of the world or not, because it's a big questionnaire. We need to spend a hefty amount of money to get that indicator. But there is a proxy variable which says whether we are improving in agricultural productivity and sustainability or not. We are not. We are stagnant. Then UN focuses on enhancing food availability and access, supporting nutrition and health, the WFP program, FAO program, scaling up nutrition program. And then again, we are trying to reduce food waste and loss. This year, when the highest is coming, we are again calculating food loss and food waste. Let's see whether we have achieved that target, which is very close to my heart, or not. Then the promoting overall food system and sustainable food system is very important. I was thinking of sharing the slides, but unfortunately, the internet is not very fast here. But we are good undernourishment. We are at 16%. Not bad. We are on target. The target is 8%. We are reducing by 1.5% each from 2015-16, which was 20.2% at that time. So we will achieve the target. Then on strengthening, we are moving not very on at a very rapid speed. Let's see when the next survey comes, whether we are going right. As for the malnourishment, wasting and overweight is concerned, they're not bad. According to PDHS again, though there are several surveys, and we always say rather, that when we have sources, same variable estimating from different sources, we need to be very careful which source is the best source. And as far as the Government of Pakistan is concerned, the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, we are using Pakistan Demographic and Health Survey for that. And it says 11% in 2012-13, and then in 18 it was 7.1% as far as the wasting is concerned. So that's one thing which I wanted to share with you. Overall malnourishment or anemic women, again PDHS survey or National Nutrition Survey, they are computing it, and we're doing fine. But our target is 25%, not 0%. Unfortunately, but the target is given to us is not 0%. So at least 25% can be achievable by 2030. It's a gradual process. In 2011, we were 51%. We have prevalence of anemic in women aged 15 to 49, especially the pregnancy status. We had 51%, and non-pregnant status, it is again 51%. As far as the labor productivity is concerned, it's improving in agriculture sector. Good, but we are not on target as such. Then I told you that we have a proxy variable for the agriculture area under the productive system. So it is improving. It is improving at a good speed. And then in that we have government footprint in the agriculture sector. Though following the pressure of or the guideline or the pressure or whatever you call it by IMF, now provinces are taking care of agriculture sector through market, not through the support price, and agriculture orientation index. As far as the government is concerned, the government footprint is decreased. Then food price indicators, normally in general we are close to, we do not have the anomaly. But sometimes when the food price is very high, so we have certain anomalies which we need to take care of. Some policies which I'll go through very quickly, which we are following right now.
Yes, sorry for intervening. So you have two more minutes to go, sir.
We are supporting smallholder farmers and communities in diversifying their income sources so that they can reduce their vulnerability, and we should not give them all the BISP program grants otherwise. Then regenerative agriculture we are working on, in which we have a technique like crop rotation, agroforestry, cover cropping, improved soil health, and then enhancing the biodiversity. Then we have efficient irrigation system we are working on, Aviana system we are working on, rainwater harvesting we are working on, water recycling we are working on. Though the speed is very slow, but we are doing it as far as the government is concerned, with the private sector, with the help of private sector and civil society. Then we have promoting local food production that reduces the dependency of global supply chain, which बड़ी तकलीफ हो जाती है कई दफा कुछ लोगों को, but we are doing that. Then community support agriculture, connecting consumers directly to the local farmers. That's very important to increase the productivity. I'll go quickly in 1 minute. I'm wrapping up. We are investing in cold storage facilities, efficient transportation. I already told you about the reducing food loss, especially the perishable items and as well as the non-perishable items. Then leveraging technology through drones, sensors, data analytics, which helps in the soil erosion, the food price anomalies, the food availability, 100% ensured, adequate, वगैरह. When government have creating the support sustainable agriculture, इसके अलावा the insurance schemes, social safety nets,
sorry, Dr. Saab, sorry for intervening. We are left with very little time, so I will request you to kindly, in 2 minutes, wind up what you have said. Right? Okay, right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Actually, we are running short of time, and so therefore I was asked to intervene, and I had to intervene, but very reluctantly I had to do that. He was giving us a very prolific kind of an analysis of the kind of problem that confronts us. Perhaps one day, in some other time, Dr. Hussain will be able to enlighten us on the 7 sins of economic planners, which was very eloquently explained by Dr. Mahbubul Haq long time ago. One day, hopefully, Dr. Hussain will be able to tell us about the 7 sins of economic planners. With this, we almost come to an end of our very, very thought-provoking discourse that we have had today for the whole day. And I've also been asked to take only 2 questions since we are running out of time. Therefore, okay. Ladies first, please. Ji, aap.
Okay, thank you so much. This is Dr. Tahira Yasmin from School of Education, Minhaj University, Lahore. I have a question from Professor Dr. Franz. Pakistan Visions 2025 emphasizes building a climate resilient society. How can national education policy planning systematically incorporate climate literacy at all levels of education to achieve this vision? Because in comparative international context, what policies or strategies could Pakistan adopt to mainstream climate change education into formal schooling beyond isolated pilot projects? Thank you.
Well, the first is that create an awareness about the climate change and how it impacts our life and how we are going to adjust with it. That is important for our students, and there should be some addition to educational curriculum. until unless we are not aware. And after that, there are second and third step that how to bring in action the people. I mean, how each one of us can contribute to mitigate the impact. So I think that's important.
I'm Dr. Abdul Sattar Abbasi from ComSet's University Lahore campus, and I want to appreciate all the information by the panelists. But statistics are generally confusing. We have listened to the perspective from the government, which is so encouraging. A perspective from UNDP representative, which is absolutely discouraging when more than 1 million people actually go to the bed without food every day. I was studying 2 weeks back, incidentally, 2 or 3 weeks back, a report published by the United Nations on the progress of SDGs. And we are talking for 2024. I'm talking the last report. And incidentally, I'm talking about zero hunger, SDG 2. There were 3 areas which were actually identified by the United Nations to eliminate hunger. The number 1 is the livestock, number 2 is the fishery, and the number 3 is the poultry. So they identified these 3 areas that if you want to eliminate hunger, so prioritize these 3 areas. So I want to ask the question from the UNDP representative that instead of giving cash to the mother, because for a mother, it is important for a mother to support the child, right? If you give cash to the mother, she will not take, nutrition, she will spend on the necessities of of her children. So why don't you actually map your initiatives according to the UN report in these areas to eliminate hunger? Please.
Thank you very much, and a very relevant question related to when it comes to comparison of conditional cash programs with actually the voucher or locally grown programs. Basically, I would say fortunately or unfortunately, we are very bad at generating the evidence. And there has been previously incidents that where we, as a UN, came over to the region and tried to implement some of the food-linked programs which were not associated with the cash. And unfortunately, the implementation actually fails to deliver these type of programs. You have very rightly mentioned that the conditional cash programs, whenever evaluated, the findings actually support that the cash given to these targeted beneficiaries who belong from a very, very poor household do not translate into nutritional outcomes. But let me tell you, there is a whole dynamic, and we have to look at it with a multi-sectoral approach. You have very rightly mentioned that the availability of food in the availability of I would say quality protein in the community or in the market is necessary to have this access for the population to get it. But I am talking about those populations which are poorest of the poor, the identified BIS beneficiaries, which have been identified through multiple indicators that they do not have access to any of these luxuries to go and get the good quality food or good quality health services or good quality education, and those households are actually the cluster of all the problems. So this SARS program, maybe you have heard about, that Dr. Sanya Nishtar developed, was basically a social protection net program, social net protection program, which encompasses all the areas of that, the social protection. That included education, nutrition, health, and obviously the availability of the good quality nutritional product in the market is another necessity. So if we talk about it as a holistic thing, it's a multi-sectoral thing. We will have to deal it with multi-sectorally, keeping the gender lens with our policies and practices very, very significantly. And then the improvement of systems the system reform, I would say, to implement these food voucher or food-based programs, because that has been a nightmare. You might have heard about Tawana Pakistan in schools. So we ended up losing all the time of teachers in cooking food and distributing, and then the corruption was also associated with the food. So this becomes really, really difficult for a UN to go to a donor or even partner or even convince the government to come up with these type of programs. So we have to come up with the possible solutions, whichever is possible, and then we have to strengthen our evidence generation, because we will keep on doing the same mistakes again and again if we would not have local evidence. So this is an academic institute, and I would urge all the professors, colleagues, academicians sitting here to please support us generating local evidence we can rely on developing policies and programs. At the moment, what we are doing is picking up the stories and the studies from other parts of the globe to test and to implement over here in Pakistan. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm Dr. Abdullah Yasser, Professor of Sustainable Development from GC University Lahore. I want to mention 2 points. One is a very known story from the Quran and Bible, that is the story of Hazrat Yusuf alayhi salam, in which there was 7 years of good rains and good productivity, and then there was 7 years of a drought, and that was very well managed for the food security, and that was good preservation of wheat for 7 years, which we don't have now in Pakistan even for 1 or 2 years. Second one is Pakistan is not releasing its carbon dioxide quota even up to the 20% of the allocated in the world. What is happening? We are producing best quality of the rice in the world and exporting to the 60 countries. We are producing good quality of wheat, good quality of corn, and good quality of potatoes, which is exported even to the Russia and Central Asian states. All these are very good carbohydrates, and the main component of carbohydrate is the carbon, which we are sequestration from the atmosphere. 1 acre land of any grain like rice or corn is absorbing almost 60,000 pounds of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. On the other hand, India is producing 200,000 of megawatt of electricity on the coal and discharging directly carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere just across the border. India Punjab and Pakistan Punjab are the food baskets for the India, and Pakistan Punjab is the food basket not only for the Pakistan but for the Afghanistan. And this owes to the colonial period of the greatest and the largest irrigation system in both eastern and western Punjab. So what we have done, we have we have extracted carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and we have exported $4 billion rice to the 60 countries of the world. So there is no issue of the food, availability of the food in Pakistan, just we are exporting that, and we have excess wheat, we have excess vegetable of all types, but the issue is of the price and the availability at that time for the poor. So we have to concentrate on the prices and the availability to the below poverty line people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sam. Now over to Dr. Yasser for winding up the session, please.
Now we would like to express our gratitude to our panelists and moderator by presenting Shield of Appreciation for their valuable contribution. And for that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri and Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, to please come on stage. May I kindly invite Professor Dr. Franz Baumann to receive his Shield of Appreciation. Professor Dr. Shabib Haider Syed. Ms. Samna Rafiq. Dr. Ammara Khan. And Professor Dr. Syed Khaja Al-Kama. Thank you to all our panelists and moderators for your insightful contribution. Now, shortly, we are going to start our third panel, which is Irregular Migration, a Need for Regional Approach. Dear participants, we now move to our third panel discussion on irregular migration, a need for regional approach, which focuses on SDG 10, that is reducing inequalities. This issue is crucial for our region and for global migration policy. Pakistan faces immigration pressures, economic and climate-induced, and internal displacement due to environmental crises and conflicts. Irregular migration is rising due to limited employment, instability, and climate-induced displacements. Regional frameworks among South Asian countries are crucial for addressing human trafficking and smuggling networks. Organizations like IOM and ICMPD can support South Asia in building humane, coordinated, and right-based migration system. Let's begin by inviting our distinguished moderator and panelists to the stage. May I kindly invite our moderator, Ms. Mashtil Gair, lecturer, School of Political Science and coordinator of Directorate of Global Linkages. Mr. Afsar Rathore, President of Lois Soil, former United Nations Executive, Vienna, Austria. Ms. Rana Rahim, Senior Advisor to International Center for Migration Policy Development, ICMPD in Pakistan. Mr. Michael Zinkenel, Director at the Austrian Institute of European and Security Policy, Austria. Ms. Mio Sato, Chief of Mission at International Organization for Migration, Pakistan. Over to you, Maggie.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saira. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the final and, of course, most exciting panel of this international conference. Under the title Irregular Migration, a Need for a Regional Approach, we will be discussing a burning issue with you over the next 90 minutes. The panelists and I are committed to presenting you with an insightful and fast-paced panel today. For that issue, irregular migration and need for a regional approach, we have assembled a high-profile panel here for you. Let me start by introducing our panelists. On the far right of this stage, Ms. Mio Sato is Chief of Mission for the International Organization for Migration's Office to Pakistan. She has a 24-year record of working with the IOM at various places in the world. Prior to the IOM's Pakistan office, Ms. Mio Sato has served the IOM in offices in Kenya, Belgium, Indonesia, Jordan, which was actually an assignment for Iraq, Afghanistan, and Japan. Ms. Sato, it is an honor to have you. As you can see, we all, not only me, we all are looking forward to the insights shaped in various conflict regions all around the globe. Another panelist with a vast international expertise is sitting in the center of the stage. Let me have the joy to pronounce his name in a very German manner, Mr. Michael Zinkenel. So for you, he's Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael is director of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy in Vienna, Austria, where he has been working in various positions since 2019. Michael Zinkenel, Mr. Michael, holds a master's degree in international development from the University of Vienna, Austria. For the purpose of his master's thesis on Japanese development initiatives in Afghanistan and Iraq, Michael has worked at the Afghan embassy in Tokyo, Japan. Michael also holds a bachelor's degree in Peace and Conflict Studies from the Malmö University, Sweden. Dear Michael, it is great to have you, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing about your security perspective on irregular migration. Next to Michael is Ms. Rana Rahim. Ms. Rana Rahim is Senior Advisor to the International Center for Migration Policy Development, ICMPD, and has served as its country coordinator Pakistan prior to that. Before joining ICMPD, she worked as the head of office of the Islamabad Liaison Office of the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan, UNAMA. During her tenure at UNAMA, she also served as senior political affairs officer covering the central and western regions of Afghanistan. Ms. Rana Rahim holds a law degree from Osgood Hall Law School in Toronto, Canada, and is as a lawyer specialized in refugee, immigration, and family law. Ms. Rana Rahim, I'm delighted to have you here, and I'm sure that you will inspire us with your passion for justice and the right to equal opportunities. Next to me, and as a long-term friend and supporter of Minhaj University, Lahore, also very close to my heart, is Dr. Afsar Rator. Dr. Afsar Rator is the founding member and the president of Lois Soil Austria. Lois Soil is an Austrian-based NGO providing policymakers and other stakeholders with solutions to the globally escalating issues of loss of fertile topsoil, land erosion, and desertification, and promoting regenerative agricultural management methods. Dr. Afsar Rator has a distinguished career with several United Nations organizations across the globe. Leveraging his extensive expertise in mediating conflict, he has advised on reconciliation and reconstruction efforts in regions like Rwanda, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Yemen. Dear Dr. Afsar Rator, thank you for joining us today. I'm very much looking forward to your contribution. Eventually about me, my name is Mechthild Geyer and I have the honor of moderating this panel. I'm a lecturer in political science at Minhaj University, Lahore. My PhD dissertation focuses on corruption as a systemic facilitator of transnational migrant smuggling, using Pakistan as a case study. So from a researcher's perspective, Ms. Sato, as I hold it, Pakistan exhibits a very interesting migration situation, because we can in fact not really speak of one migration situation. In fact, there are 3 migration situations in total. Pakistan is not only one of the most important countries of origin of migrants, Pakistan is also one of the most important host country of migrants. And in addition, Pakistan has large communities of internally displaced people also. You look back on almost 5 years of service for the Pakistan office of IOM, serving an organization that is on the ground with concrete aid projects for refugees and working on the reintegration of returnees as well. So how concretely does the IOM's Pakistan office support the Pakistani government in meeting that twofold challenges of being on the one hand a country of origin of irregular migrants with many returnees, and on the other hand, being a host country of so many migrants? And what, from your point of view, are the political measures that we need to take on to curb irregular migration? And how can we foster the political will to do so?
Well, thank you very much for challenging questions. And I'm very delighted to be here today with you to discuss migration challenges, migration issues in Pakistan. So as our facilitator mentioned, Pakistan's migration landscape is very dynamic and complex at the same time. As already discussed so many times, even today, the situation is driven by socioeconomic and environmental factors, including economic disparities, conflict, climate-induced displacement, and limited livelihood opportunities. So IOM being in Pakistan, we have 3 main strategic pillars. So first one is saving lives of people on the move. And secondly, driving solutions to displacement. And thirdly, the facilitating regular pathways for migration. So based on these three pillars, we have been, as she mentioned, on the ground to provide assistance. So in 2024 alone, over 500,000 people in Pakistan received humanitarian support from IOM. We provided shelter, primary health care, clean water, non-food items, and cash assistance to Afghan refugees, host community members, and other vulnerable people affected by the disasters. Now, our climate adaptation initiatives assist communities impacted by environmental shocks, particularly recurring flooding situation, while our peace-building efforts contribute to strengthening social cohesion in fragile and vulnerable communities, such as the merged districts in KP, and including the temporary displaced population, TDPs. Now, IOM Pakistan places a strong emphasis on supporting the government in advancing effective migration governance frameworks. So we are working actively to promote awareness of regular migration pathways and strengthen government of Pakistan's capacity to manage labor migration effectively. Through our interventions, we support the safe return and reintegration of Pakistani migrants. In the last decade, over 8,000 individuals have benefited from our voluntary return and reintegration program, receiving counseling, livelihood support, and follow-up assistance after their return to Pakistan. Now, the irregular migration. To address these irregular migration challenges and unsafe migration, we have two approaches. One is through the border management, including the capacity building of the government counterparts and civil society partners. And the other approach is through the labor migration. Our capacity building activities includes the training and provision of the equipment and an associated technical cooperation towards the government authorities who are responsible for migration issues. Especially we are closely working with the Ministry of Interior and Federal Investigation Agencies, FIA, and also the provincial government level government officials. Now, for the migrants or future migrants at risk, we are working closely with the civil society organization and the Pakistan government to do the specific awareness raising campaign about the risks associated with the irregular migration and unsafe migration. As the last question answer session, the panelists answered, creating awareness is the first step. It's very important that they are aware that risks associated with the irregular migration or unsafe migration channels. But at the same time, we are aware if there is no other option than irregular channels, what can we do? So the second way that we are trying to address these challenges is the labor mobility, labor migration. There has to be more options for the regular migration. Otherwise, these irregular migration challenges will not be properly addressed. So we are closely working with the Ministry of Overseas Pakistanis and Bureau of Immigration and BOEO, our counterparts, to help the government and also the future potential migrants to be well equipped and to be aware of their rights before they venture for the overseas opportunities. So that's how we are addressing these challenges. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Miyosato, particularly as well for being so strict on the time schedule. So that gives me the opportunity to summarize to some extent what you said and to give a small comment before I hand over to our next speaker, Michael Zinkanel. You said IOM Pakistan is based on mainly 3 pillars, which is first of all supporting people on the move, assisting displaced people, secondly, and thirdly, and I think this is the most important part to work on here, facilitating regular pathways for labor migration. Because I believe, that is another point that you mentioned, I believe that people here are very much aware of the risks that go along with irregular migration. The problem is that they don't see any other way to get out of their miserable situations, and this is why they embark on journeys that are mostly deadly, unfortunately. So thank you very, very much for that contribution. I hope that we will have very excited questions from our audience to you later on. Handing over to Mr. Michael Zinkernel, or Mr. Michael. As an expert in international security, what is your take on the nexus of irregular migration and security, in particular in the European context? You have a presentation, I know that, which we want to start. Thank you, Mr. Subeilmir. Without our excellent I-team, we would be lost today. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Thank you for that kind introduction. Dear distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen, dear scholars and students, it's my great pleasure to speak here today at the second international conference at Minhaj University on climate action. It's my first time in Pakistan, and that's why I appreciate it even more to be invited here and to have the chance to speak. So special thanks to the university and especially to the political science department for that kind invitation. Allow me to extend the question that you so kindly asked to climate change as well, to analyze the nexus between the impacts of climate change, migration, and security, and also to probably bridge the first panel discussion that we had now with the third panel discussion by showing you a couple of slides, by showing you a couple of maps that should illustrate and depict this nexus and this interconnection between climate change impacts, migration, and security. And to visualize that, I have prepared several slides, and I'd like to start looking back at the first topic of today, the impacts of climate change. And I hope that you can see it. Probably we should dim the lights a little bit more, because I'd like to present this graph that shows the temperature anomalies in the last 100+ years, so from 1880 to 2025. And what we can see in this graph is that the global annual temperature is more or less staying around 0 degrees until the 1950s. And then in the 1980s, but especially in the 2000s, the global average temperature is increasing and is going to 1 degree or even above that. So if we see it now in comparison from the 20th century to the first 25 years of the 21st century, we see this stark and steep increase of global temperature reaching over +1 degrees. So in comparison, 2024, which was, as we heard already in the morning, the hottest year ever recorded in history, in 2024, the average global temperature was 1.3 degrees Celsius above the average of the 20th century. Let's take a look at the second map that I have prepared, the second slide. The average annual temperature from now, the 2020s, looking into the future to 2039, 2040. Where is the temperature most extreme on the globe? And when we take a look at the slide, we can see that the countries that are most affected by heat, which is one of the main indicators for the impact of climate change, as we know, are located around the equator, sub-Saharan Africa, but also in South Asia. So these are the countries that will be amongst the countries most affected by drought, by flooding, by extreme weather, by loss of livestock, by also, therefore, forced migration due to the impact of climate change, due to the impact of extreme heat between 29 and 30 degrees Celsius on average annually. And one more slide, one more map. The violent conflicts in 2023. The German institute, the Heidelberg Institute for International Conflict Research annually publishes a conflict barometer. And on this map, you can see, based on various indicators, such as the weapons that are being used, forced migration, the intensity of the fighting that is going on, the intensity of violence, you can see the indicators of crisis, of violent crisis, limited war, and war. Those are the three dimensions that the Heidelberg Institute has identified as violent conflict, all the way up to the full-scale war. And here we can see as well, the darker areas are the areas worldwide where there is the most intense conflict, where there's war going on. And with the exception of one war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the most severe conflicts that we see are also in the same regions geographically located as we have seen before extreme heat taking place. And this is even more visual when we overlap those two maps, to merge them together to one where we can see here in the center around the equator, but also in the South Asian and Southeast Asian region, where those two indicators, temperature, extreme heat, climate impacts, and violent conflicts merge. That does not mean that the impact of climate change automatically leads to violent conflict or crises, but it is a factor that exacerbates and that threatens more conflict. It's one factor, but not the only factor. And it also doesn't mean that migration as a consequence of crises and conflict, but also extreme weather condition, is also automatically, per default, a automatic conclusion towards more conflict or more violence. But again, one factor. So let me try in my last slide to visualize my main argument that climate, migration, and security is somewhat interconnected in a nexus. We'll start with climate impacts: droughts, floods, extreme weather condition, water scarcity, food insecurity, things that we've heard already in detail in the first panel discussion today. These are factors that lead and can lead, but must not lead, but can lead to migration, to forced migration, which also is a factor of brain drain, resource competition, and socioeconomic tension and conflicts. That could be spoilers for certain more drastic socioeconomic and political events, such as economic collapse, a weak cohesion between different societal groups, external influence, that external actors exploit the situation, and poor governance, or a combination of those. And those can lead to violent conflict. And to draw the line backwards, we can also argue that these factors, like economic collapse, but especially poor governments, make the effects of climate impact even more harsh because of a dismanagement or mismanagement of climate indicators and climate impact. And at the same time, violent conflict also, as I mentioned before, can further exacerbate, further fuel migration, brain drain, or the competition or use of resources. What is the solution? I'd like to stop this presentation and this intervention by giving you 3 recommendations or solutions that I'd like to present. First, a stronger focus on the root causes of migration. We tend to look more towards the symptoms of migration than the root causes. As a metaphor, when I have a problem with my teeth, when I have pain, I could take a painkiller or I could see a dentist. There's a big difference. One is fighting the symptoms, one is fighting the root causes. I think we should better prepare ourselves also globally for fighting the root causes and identifying the root causes of migration. Secondly, more awareness. Ms. Sato also mentioned it in her intervention. More awareness on the climate, migration, and security nexus that could be a key element of tackling these issues. And here regional cooperation is certainly needed, but I believe that if we pool these regional cooperations and the lessons learned together, we can also find more global solutions. And third, and probably most importantly, in this sense, more evidence-based policymaking is needed. And therefore, academic institutions like yours and think tanks are so vital in fighting these challenges and issues, because we gather more analytical data, we interpret this data, and we can translate what you all do here at this university into policy recommendations. So it's our common responsibility, but we are also commonly not only responsible, but also part of the solution, because every single one of us, through your own choices, through your own actions, can be part of the solution, especially in the academic setting. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the questions.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Michael Zinkernel, from the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy. I would like to highlight actually 3 terms from your last slide, which is brain drain through migration, resource competition, and socio-economic tensions. So I would appreciate if maybe the audience, as you now prepare your questions for our panelists, if maybe the audience could stick to such kind of crucial questions in the context of Pakistan, right? I mean, the European continent leans back and says we only want highly skilled people. But what shall Pakistan do if all the highly skilled people leave this country because the climate crisis is depriving them of the resources to make a living? So that are very interesting questions that you raised with your presentation. I thank you very, very much, Michael, for this very insightful presentation. Now, Ms. Rana Rahim from the International Center for Migration Policy Development, headquartered in Vienna. You are a senior advisor to this center based in Pakistan. And the International Center for Migration Policy Development has recently, among others, conducted a study on climate-induced migration. So again, as Michael already did, a nexus from panel 3 to the morning panel 1. Would you share, please, the insights of the ICMPD if it comes to climate-induced migration?
Thank you, Maggie, dear panelists, distinguished audience. I'm going to focus on 3 things today, based on not just one research or one study that ICMPD had commissioned, but a number of studies that ICMPD has been conducting, and the migrant resource centers that ICMPD manages in Pakistan have the information that they have been producing and the data that they have been producing. So the 3 things that I'm going to talk about are that climate disasters lead to internal displacement rather than out-migration. Secondly, the negative impacts of climate change-related disasters are uneven, disproportionately impacting poorer and more vulnerable communities, as has been discussed earlier, and especially women and girls. Finally, I will focus a bit on what needs to be done, and here I will talk very briefly about ICMPD's role. So we are always hearing about Pakistan's ranking in the world, and it's often really depressing. Well, Pakistan ranks among the top 10 countries in the world, not in opportunity, but in climate vulnerability. So here too, it's depressing. In 2022, as you all know, it ranked first globally, with floods impacting over 33 million people, displacing nearly 8 million, and killing more than 1,700, including hundreds of children. This was not just a natural disaster. It was a stark example of climate injustice. By the end of that year, while about half of the displaced had returned home, over 1.3 million people in the hardest hit areas of Sindh remained internally displaced into the late 2023. The duration and scale of this displacement reflect the growing permanence of climate shocks. We often associate migration with cross-border movement, but most climate-related displacement occurs within countries. Displacement is shaped not just by environmental hazards. As was stated earlier by some of our panelists, it is shaped more by the pre-existing vulnerabilities of those affected. Displaced people rarely travel far. Most seek shelter nearby, clinging to community ties and hoping to return. The portrayal, therefore, of climate migrants as a cross-border security threat is misleading. With apologies to Michael, but I don't think he was saying that exactly. So, the portrayal of these waves of refugees that are going to be out there looking to settle in other countries really distracts from the deeper reality. Climate change acts as a multiplier of existing inequalities, not a singular trigger of mass migration. Affected communities tend to live and work in high-risk zones where land is cheaper, but exposure to hazards is high. They lack the financial, social, and political capital to adapt or recover. Poverty, overcrowding, and weak disaster responses amplify these risks, and women and girls are hit hardest. In Pakistan, gender inequality is deeply rooted, especially in rural areas. Women often lack access to resources, mobility, and decision-making. When displaced, they face increased risks of gender-based violence, exploitation, early and forced marriages, and trafficking. The 2022 floods illustrated this vividly. Several cases of child abduction and trafficking were reported. Studies show that nearly 44% of trafficking victims in South Asia are women, underscoring the gendered vulnerabilities that intensify during crises. The link between climate change and a rise in trafficking of young girls has been well documented. Trafficking of women and girls from areas affected by climate change has been identified in India and Nepal as well. While Pakistan has developed frameworks to address climate displacement and gender-based risks, focusing on policy development, strengthening institutions, and international collaboration, policy gaps persist, and implementation remains weak. Too many women, especially outside official camps, struggle to access reliable information, relief, or protection. The responses to the 2010 and 2022 floods showed what works and what can be done. Efforts led by NDMA alongside programs like the Benazir Income Support Program demonstrated how tailored outreach and large-scale social protection programs can save lives. These approaches must now be scaled and sustained to meet climate risks. Studies highlight that capacity building and training are crucial for effective climate adaptation. We need gender-responsive, locally grounded solutions, such as health and protection, systems that address reproductive care, child protection, and mental health. We have heard about pregnant women in 2022 who suffered tragic losses because of the lack of timely emergency relief. Urban integration programs that protect displaced women from domestic violence and exploitation. Livelihood training for green jobs such as solar installation, waste management, and training in climate-smart agricultural techniques. Regional cooperation is also essential. ICMPD, through initiatives like the Budapest process, supports collaborative dialogue on climate migration across 53 countries and 11 international organizations, including the IOM. As Secretariat, ICMPD helps translate commitments into action. In Pakistan, it has supported migration policy development, migration governance, and integrated border management to counter irregular migration and human trafficking. In addition to international cooperation, regional cooperation could involve collaboration with countries like Bangladesh and Nepal, which offers scalable examples, such as community-led flood warning systems in Nepal or reforestation program in Bangladesh, which generated a lot of jobs. These approaches can be adapted to Pakistan's needs, particularly in Sindh and Balochistan, to build resilience and expand economic opportunity. In turn, Pakistan can share its good practices from 2010 and 2022, which, as I mentioned, included tailored outreach and communications and large-scale social protection schemes. An ICMPD study found that displaced women lacked access to information and services, especially those who had moved to urban centers, increasing their vulnerability to violence and trafficking. It reinforces the need for climate-smart, gender-sensitive approaches that empower communities before, during, and after displacement. One of ICMPD's key programs in Pakistan is the Migrant Resource Centers. We have one in Lahore, one in Islamabad, and one in Peshawar. These centers raise awareness on safe migration pathways and the risks of irregular migration. They also work on the reintegration of returnees. Okay, thank you. By offering counseling, they help by offering counseling, legal referrals, vocational training, and microcredit support. ICMPD is ready to expand these outreach efforts to include supplying and providing these services to women who have been displaced. If we want to prevent future displacement and safeguard lives, we must invest in resilience by supporting women and marginalized groups, and by ensuring that those most affected by climate change are not left behind. Thank you. I would like to say a very special thank you to Minhaj University for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Rana Rahim from the International Center for Migration Policy Development, for this unexpectedly moving contribution that really spoke from the bottom of my heart. Just to put us all back on the same page, since Michael was directly addressed with your presentation, I believe that your both statements are still quite aligned, because as I read Michael, he said war and conflict and climate vulnerability meet and present interconnected challenges to groups which are already particularly vulnerable, in particular women and girls. And I would like to put an exclamation mark behind this statement of women and girls, particularly displaced in Pakistan. I would like to add, which I was really shocked of that information, that women, as they are displaced in Pakistan in rural areas, even face difficulty to maintain their menstrual hygiene. And that is a human right. So they are deprived of very, very basic human rights. If you imagine that there is one public toilet which is shared by all genders, and you do not even have access to proper sanitary pads, and you have your menstruation. These are kinds of things that women face in this country when they are displaced, probably in other countries as well, but I know it for Pakistan. So adding to this incredible situations that we have to end, and that relate to the expertise of our final panelist, Dr. Afsarator, President and founder of Lois Soil Austria, and a former UN executive with a vast experience in conflict regions all around the globe. Please share your perspective on irregular migration from a European perspective with us.
Okay, thank you very much again, everyone. Special thank to Dr. Muhyiddin Qadri, Minhaj University, for inviting me here. Since I am a man of peace and positive thinking, so I will end with the positive note. We have talked a lot about the problems of the illegal migration, and in the past few years, I travel a lot of European countries where I have seen that a lot of Pakistani highly qualified were victims of the smugglers and ended up in a very harsh condition, which brought me here. And now I am going to talk about the labor migration, legal migration opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities, and I will be talking about that very quickly. Let's see that right now. Pakistan is, according to the FIA, the fourth largest country for illegal migration, 30 to 40,000. This is what is really known, or illegally trying to escape from Pakistan. Human trafficking and smugglers are exploiting them. According to the IOM, our colleagues here in 2023, 8,600 Pakistani died during this illegal migration process. 2 years ago, there was a big scandal about over 300 Pakistani drowned in Greece, but nothing has happened. I met in Bosnia, where I was during the UN time, 3,500 Pakistani living in a very harsh condition. I hope they have been now repatriated. And according to the statistic in the law, in 10 years, almost 520,000 Pakistani was deported, approximately 65,000 per year. These are the route. I will not go through that because the time is very, very limited. So there are one route through by air, and the second route, if I can say, this is the second route through Balochistan, Iran, Greece, and so. This is the family I met, and this was heartbreaking. These two brothers, they gave almost 30,000 euro, which is almost 55 million rupees, to the smuggler to come to Europe, and both then drowned, 15 and 18 years. And I met the father who said, even if there is a poverty here and we have to die from hunger, we should not go. Their father said, it does not matter how much anyone try to convince. And this is the method which a lot of this smugglers using. This is how the risk of illegal migration. I took some pictures. As I said, the time is limited. And this is unfortunately the end of this illegal migration, where you pay 15 to 20,000 euro, almost 4 to 5 million rupees, and that you end up with that kind of situation, unfortunately. Therefore, I try to see the European Union have the opportunity, and they have to also have the challenges. European Union has competition against for the non-European nationals to attract them. They have also the challenges against the US, UK, all the English-speaking, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. The second barrier what European Union has is the language barrier, because if you go in that countries, you speak English, you have no problem. But for that countries, for example, in Germany, you have to have a German B1 at least. In France, similar, Spain, Portugal, and so on. Then there is a fragmented policies in the complexity in the European Union, because there is a European Union law, and then you have the national laws, which are sometimes also not aligned with each other. Then there is a very big, long, lengthy qualification recognition system, and that is really where the big challenge is. That then there is a wage disparity between US. If you see an IT expert in US earns something like 95 to 100,000 euro, in Germany 65,000, and if you go to the East Europe probably you are earning only 30,000 euro. So then there is a political resistance, anti-immigration sentiment is very high in Western Europe, which is also discriminating and also the hostile. So these are the challenges European Union has to overcome in order to attract more and more highly qualified labor to Europe. When we talk about the demographic, as you can see, Europe is aging and the declining in the population, whereas Pakistan is increasing, mashallah. Labor, when we talk about the labor force from 265 in 2022, in 5 years there will be 258. So the labor force is also declining. In the ICT professional requirement, European Union needs by 2030 20 million, and they are lacking 11 million. They have only 9 million right now, and they will be not able to support that kind of development. Now I am coming very quick for the legal labor migration opportunities. When we talk, there is a German opportunity card, the Johnson card. This is the only system, only opportunity where you do not need to have a job offer. You can go for 1 year, I put it here, the opportunity and all that thing, where you can go apply, get the visa, go there and try to find within 1 year a job if you are highly qualified. But you have certain this is based on point system. You have to have a degree, you have to have experience, you should be under the age of 40, language you should be, and you should be proving that you have 1,100 euro per month to support yourself. So this is a skill migration without needing a job offer. You are allowed to also to work part-time, and if you are hired by a company and you get a proper job, you can be extended and you can get a permanent residency. The second is a single permit, where you have to have a job from the employer and a job opportunity or a job offer. You have to have a qualification, as I said, and then you can live and you can have a long-term residency permit. Family reunification is also possible, live and work legally. This is the second. Then the third is a so-called the digital nomad visa, which is offered by Portugal, Spain, Croatia, Estonia, and Greece. And this is the system is that you can work in any European country, not get the job there, but you can work remotely to any other country. For example, you're sitting in Germany, but you have to have a job outside Germany. For example, you're sitting in Spain and you have a job in Germany, in Canada, or the US. The condition is, again, you should have a job offer. The salary should be between 2,000 and 3,500, depending in which country you are. Usually these visas or this residence are valid for 6 to 12 months with possibility of extension. And some country also give you the opportunity to extend it to permanent residency. The fourth one is the long-term residency visa, which is not applicable for those who want to enter now, because this is something when somebody is living more than 5 years already there, has a stable income and has the language skills and has a permanent residency there, and he can work and live there, and he can also move around in the European Union. My favorite one is there is also, contrary to the perception that European Union only need highly qualified laborers. This is not true. We have also seasonal worker in Spain, in Italy, Poland, where they are currently in agriculture and tourism required over 300,000. But in that case, you should have a job offer as a seasonal. The timing is 6 to 9 months, which you can apply every year. So it is not one time each season you can go and work that. And there are some conditions on that. The next one, and this is the favorite one, American has the green card, the European has now introduced the so-called blue card. And the blue card has also, again, you have to have a valid contract for a job offer, which is almost 4 years. and then they have a salary threshold, which is very unfair because the immigrant should be earning 1.6 times higher than the locals. Means that in Netherlands, for example, you should be earning 65,000 in France, in Germany 48,000, and in Spain 34,000. So that is the, and then again there is the education requirement and that experience requirement. What is that good for that? You have to have a language proficiency in English and also in the host country language. You have then the family reunification is the easiest when you have the blue card. Then the mobility is that after 12-month holder can move to another European country. Means if you get the blue card in Spain and you would like after 12 months move to Germany is the possibility. Then you can get also the permanent residency, but within after 33 months, or if you have a B1 language in any language in the host country, you can also get the permanent residency after 21 months. Exemption, they have also make exemption in the salaries, in the lower salary threshold, 43,000 if you are short of that. Okay, I go very quickly. So the priority area is ICM, ICT, then there are 1.2 million jobs are open, healthcare. There is almost by 2030, 2 million jobs are available in construction as skilled trade like electrician, plumber, and all that. 500,000 jobs are only in Germany is available in engineering. You have almost 500,000 in Germany according to the German. In tourism and hospitality, 200,000 jobs only available for seasonal worker in France. And science research and physics, chemistry, and mathematics is also available. If you see the EU-wide for data, 89,000 blue card were issued last year in 2023, and Germany was the highest, which issued 69,000, and single issue visas and seasonal visa was that. If I can go quickly, in the blue card, India was first with 21,000, Pakistan with 24th, 2,400 was among the very last one. The one thing which I would like also the last mention about the student, there is a lot of opportunity for the student to go and study in, and therefore when I was in Iran last week, we were discussing about the student coming to the country and studying there. So you have also the opportunity to go with the student visa, study there. There is a lot of program in bachelor, master, PhD in English, where you can work it, and then you will be possibility to get the permanent residency, get the work, and can be settled. So these are the legal avenue where you can go. I can go again and again. There are certain other things, but as there is also my recommendation for the university as well as for the stakeholder. But as Maggie said, I have no time. Thank you very much. I did not increase my time.
Yes, I'm very strict, Dr. Afsarator, and I hope you don't mind. I love your contributions always, but we have already run out of time, as you know. This is why, as well, when we now open the floor for questions, I would like to ask the audience to please be brief and concise in what you want to ask or comment. And another two favors, please, you do to me. Please, in the beginning, when you start speaking, mention your name and your designation. And secondly, please try to address one specific panelist. We can as well help you with the names if that is an issue, or you can point to the panelists. I think they wouldn't mind. Yeah, okay. So, the floor is open for questions. I see already several. Now I'm looking for someone who has the mic. Yes, thank you, Subail. So, first one was the gentleman with the red tie. Please, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I am Mohammed Hanif. I am the MPhil student, International Relation in Minhaj University. Unfortunately, the conflict and climate both are in competition. Who can affect the humanity more? And as per our observation till now, probably conflict is winning the game. Today's living generation, me and you included, are more scared and endangered by the conflict migrations. Conflict that has actually led to vast migration. In conflict, we have more arbitrary framework also available, the legal framework available at UN level also. And there's a lot of strict laws also, but still the conflict couldn't be controlled. Whereas the climate is devoid of any legal framework at international level. How can you really implement it on ground? So where do you see the climate action drive in future without any legal or arbitrary or implementation mechanism at UN level? Thank you.
Whom are you addressing with your question, please?
I think the Michael could really have comparison.
Yeah, thank you very much for this relevant question. When it comes to the legal framework, you're absolutely right. There is, to my knowledge, no legal framework that is somewhat regulating climate impact. So we've heard also during the first sessions from Paris, etc., that there have been on the international community efforts, but we also heard that the implementation of the commitment is probably even more difficult than finding an agreement on the commitment in the first place. So I'm afraid that we won't resolve that issue anytime soon, which is probably even more an argument of the relevance for regional cooperation, because single countries within one region can indeed find some sort of agreement how they can tackle these issues together. Yeah? Both climate, but also migration, they have not only a local, but also a regional impact on not only one country, but also countries at least in the immediate neighborhood of the country of origin. So I believe that is a strong argument for increased regional cooperation and the overcoming of hostilities between different nation states in order to attach and tackle this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Michael. I would like to add to that question, which is a very relevant question. I'm personally a high advocate of adding an additional protocol to the Geneva Convention introducing the climate refugee, but I guess it is difficult. I don't think we can deepen such kind of a discussion. I also don't know what kind of positions the migration organizations here on the panel, IOM and ICMPD, take towards that. I think it would be difficult to realize what Michael correctly said. Another question I saw from Essen. I would like to have the women audience, please, as well commenting or asking questions as you like. Please rack your brains and contribute. Thank you. I see here Dr. Usmanas. We will go ahead so that we have some kind of a zipper system of male and female contributions.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Usmanas here. I'm Head School of International Relations. My question, we can say, or a request we can say to the Dr. Afsar Rathore. He was showing here about the legal migration, and at the end of slide he showed the data about student immigrants that go with the student visa. I want to share that two students from International Relations Department that passed in the fall 2024, they go in Amsterdam for student with student visa. Unfortunately, they are continuously sharing with me that we are having no jobs till time. I request to the international forums that when that universities are taking, it is not only the case of Germany. I am having the precedents from other countries as well, but the students that going there, obviously they are going there for their brighter future, for the future jobs. They are not only there for their degrees. So I request, because there should be some specific jobs for students, maybe little, but there should be. How long they will stay there with the money that their parents are the remaining in the Pakistan, they are sending them. So I request, and if there is any information, please share to me, because it is directly, I have the precedent, students are sharing. And on the other hand, it is really hurt my feelings that students sharing that the mentoring and the resource persons and the resources, academic resources available to them are very low. They shared with me slides, they shared with me. So I want your view on this. It is a very pertinent. Our students are taking our resources to that countries. So please.
Thank you very much. Very, very good question. I was hoping that this question would be raised. The problem was the slides. If you see the priority areas, the European Union or Europe, what is they're looking, they have a priority area. They have defined as 6 priority areas. And unfortunately, some of these areas where the students are going, that's why I was mentioning in my second last slide, recommendation to the university, they should also be mentoring the new entrants in order to equip them for the future migration or for the future opportunities. I can give you the example. For example, in Vienna, I am also now kind of coordinating with 15, 16 Pakistani students who are very 22, 23, amazing. They all come from the IT sector. They have done their bachelor here. They are doing their master, and they have already got the job. Even the employers are trying to force them take a break. They are giving them every kind of perks to make a break and work full time. If you see in my slide, even in Germany, they said if you have more than 3 to 5 years IT experience with no degree, you can still get a good job. So there are fields, there are sectors which are highly, highly in demand, and there are sectors or fields which are not at all. And that is the unfortunate situation where we also say you have to focus what you want to study in order to make the career planning. That is what we are also, I'm going to a lot of different universities in Iran, in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and all that they should start. Whenever you want to start, you have to make the career planning just when you're entering the university. And university should provide that kind of career counseling before they start it. And I think that is the issue you will have all the time in every country, not only in Netherlands, but in all the European countries. I hope I...
Thank you so much, Dr. Afsarator. Dear Hassan, my dear PhD colleague, but please introduce yourself before you ask your question.
Thank you. My name is Mohammad Hassan Ayub. I'm a PhD fellow colleague of Ms. Maggie in Minhaj University, Lahore, Political Science Department. My question is particularly to Dr. Afsarator. Sir, you belongs to Laos soil, and within the ambit of climate action, Laos soil deals with the land degradation and sustainable agriculture practices. And there is a term that Laos soil deals with the regenerative agriculture practices. So do you really believe that regenerative agricultural practices can confront the food security and desertification issues in South Asia particularly?
Yes, we believe we can do also reverse desertification. It is a cycle this can be done. And we believe that based on our data, which we have already shared, we have already approximately 5 million hectare land in US as well as in Africa has been converted from dry land to green land without any using chemical. It's a long process which I don't want to expand. However, Laos soil, Laos means soil in reverse, S-O-I-L. So what we believe is we can feed 18 billion people on this planet if however we use the right methods of agriculture, so-called regenerative agriculture. Thank you.
I hope you are right. Thank you, Dr. Afsarator. Another red tie. Okay, Dr. Hassan Farouk Mashwani has, I would say, hijacked the mic. So I have obviously no choice. Please.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Hassan Farooq Mashwani, and I am the head of School of Peace and Counterterrorism Studies. My question is to all the panelists, but perhaps the most relevant person would be Ms. Rana. Of course, illegal migration is a big challenge for the entire international community. Certainly, the developed countries like US, Germany, UK, they are also worried about the illegal immigration. But there is a country on the planet whose name is Pakistan that has been hosting to around 5 million legal, illegal, and seasonal immigrants from the neighbor country, I mean Afghanistan. In the recent past, when Pakistan has been suffering a lot of security challenges, and Pakistan requested, and in some cases Pakistan displayed its stern commitment to sending back the illegal Afghans. There were a number of roaring voices from the international community in the media that Pakistan is expelling the Afghan refugees. However, to my knowledge, Pakistan has not expelled even a single legal refugee from its soil, because I am from the area which is very much adjacent to the Afghan refugees camps, and I have like primary information from them. So my question is that do the international community from the West or even the United States is weary of 150,000 Afghans who have been serving the American forces in Afghanistan? They are trying to get rid of them. So will the Western community, especially the developed countries, will they generously help Pakistan in the repatriation of Afghan refugees or the resending or the reintegration of the illegal Afghans from decades who are here? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, a tough question. And I'm not sure if I should answer as ICMPD's representative or simply as me. Well, firstly, Pakistan has been extremely generous in giving protection to Afghans over the years. As you probably know, Pakistan has not signed the Geneva Convention, so it doesn't, have to meet those obligations. That said, the refugees, those who hold the POR cards, who have been determined to be refugees by UNHCR, many of them have been here for over 4 decades. A lot of them have been born here. So in my view, that is, I personally feel that they are Pakistanis. And, they should not be victimized because of politics. And, this is where we get into sort of difficult territory. But, we all know that there's a tit for tat going on at some level. And I also don't personally believe that Afghan refugees in refugee camps, and this is based on evidence really, are responsible for the security problems that Pakistan has been facing. So, but Pakistan is a sovereign country. The government has every right to do whatever it's doing. I think it's really sad. I also believe that women being sent and young girls being sent back to today's Afghanistan is highly problematic. So, it's a very tough kind of call. Here, I would say, we need to be more humanitarian than we have shown so far, and by that I mean Pakistan. And the Afghans should not be used as pawns.
Dr. Hassan Farooq Mashwani, thank you so much for this most important question. And thank you very, very much, Ms. Rana Rahim, for answering so openly. I would say not necessarily as representative of the ICMPD, but as a lawyer specialized in immigration and family law. I would now hand over the same question to Ms. Miyu Sato from the International Organization for Migration.
All right, thank you very much. I want to add what Rana already said. International community, UN made it very clear we really appreciate Pakistani government and also the peoples of Pakistan's generosity to host Afghan population, regardless of the documentation status, as we know that there are different categories of people on the documentation, but they are in need of assistance, and here in Pakistan, arriving different timings. And we really appreciate that Pakistan has been hosting this population for more than 4 decades. Now, documentation status, yes, there are people who are irregular, undocumented Afghans. And since November 2023, the Pakistan government has introduced this illegal foreigners repatriation plan, phase 1, targeting irregular population. As Rana mentioned, as sovereign state, we understand Pakistan government and also people of Pakistan's security concerns, other constraints that the host community has been facing. What we are trying to discuss further with Pakistan government and also the other partners is that any return should be safe, orderly, and dignified, and after the due process. We discussed that Pakistanis, many people who arrive in Europe or any other countries, after due process, if they are not qualified, they are coming back to Pakistan. That's what I said over the past decade. IOM has been assisting them with the return and reintegration after their decision to return to Pakistan. So yes, there has to be a due process. So it's not just an announcement and then some abuse or some harassment are reported, and the Pakistan government also trying to address these challenges. So we are trying to find more sustainable solutions, and the return should be organized and safely and dignified for the individual returnees. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much to Ms. Miyu Sato from the International Organization for Migration for this clear statement. We have now 2 questions left of 2 guests who have been waiting for very, very long to finally pose their questions. So I would like to give you that opportunity. Please say who you are. Please try to address someone directly on the stage, and please be brief. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Inamullah Marwat, and I'm a lecturer at the Department of Political Science in University of Management and Technology. And my question is especially from Ms. Miyu Sato. I would say part of my question has been answered. I mean, the way you replied to the previous question. But I was just curious to know, you are heading this International Organization for Migration here in Pakistan. There must be some protocols through which you somehow make sure that the country catches up to all those protocols regarding migration. I'm just curious to know what are those what are those accountable, what are those kind of protocols that through which you normally make sure our IMO make sure that it is catching up to migrant related issues. And second part of the question is that how has been your overall experience with Pakistan, keeping in view this thing that Pakistan is the hub of migration? So I hope question has been conveyed. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. As Rana mentioned, first, Pakistan is not non-signatory to the Refugee Convention, but Pakistan is upholding the Human Rights Declaration of the Human Rights, which is very important. And also there is a declaration of the against the torture. So there are many other human rights conventions that Pakistan, as a member state of the UN, has been upholding. So that's something that we are always discussing with the Pakistan government whenever there is a challenge. When it comes to migration, this is such a challenging and a broad range of activities. That's why it can develop sometimes negative sort of discourse, but there are lots of space, and there is one framework we always refer to is Global Compact for Migration, which has been adopted in 2016 at the UN, and this is the non-binding framework, but it's aligned with the Sustainable Development Agenda, and it has a huge list of all long objectives, and member states can start anywhere that they can address. And there's a UN network on migration to help the government member states to implement Global Compact for Migration. So it's not starting from the scratch, but with the other international human rights convention, plus Global Compact for Migration, there are lots of things that we can work together for sustainable and durable solutions. What is the second question again, please?
The overall experience with Pakistan in terms of migration management.
Pakistan, as Rana mentioned, when it comes to Afghan population, despite the non-signatory state, the Afghans living in this country has all the freedom to move around. There is no restriction about where they have to live. Of course, there are lots of challenges, but Pakistan has been very generous and one of the best environment providing country as a non-signatory members. So and then I see lots of challenges for Pakistanis when Pakistan is trying to explore more opportunities outside of Pakistan. Can I say something quickly? Oh, no, you want to close?
Please go ahead. No, I don't want to cut you off.
No, I just wanted to say that, in the morning there was one speaker said, it's the narrative. Migration is not a disaster. Migration starts as long as human history begins. If we don't move at the time of disaster, human being has already been disappeared from this earth. So it's about well-managed migration. There are lots of positive side of migration. The talents and skills are not transferred if we don't move. So if we want to cherish this positive side of migration, I know it's not only about the positive side, but if we want to harness this positive side of migration, it has to be managed well. So the challenge is how to manage well. So migration, our former Director General said, migration is not a problem to be solved, but migration is an issue to be managed. And it will continue. How good we do management, it will continue this challenge. But we have to manage. Thank you.
Ms. Miyosato, it has absolutely paid off that we have extended your speaking time. Thank you so much for this comprehensive answer. I'm very happy that a lady guest will have the last word from the side of the audience for this panel. Please.
Hi, I'm Malaika Imtiaz, and my question is for Ms. Miyosato. And my question is that when immigration takes place from a war-stricken or a climate-stricken area to any other area or a country, so how do you checklist the criteria that this area can accommodate the incoming immigrants or people, and how do you protect their civil and other social rights? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's a very good question, and actually related to this climate change framework. What we are trying to address is that, like Sendai framework or anything related to the climate change framework, there has to be a human mobility perspective. And actually in the Sendai framework, there are human mobility perspective included. We have to enhance this perspective. And any national action plan or any policy, there has to be human mobility perspective so that they can prepare for any future population movement or displacement. And you are the academic people, you have all these ideas and to analytical skills. I really hope that you can come up with all this, how to incorporate this human mobility perspective in any kind of framework to respond to the climate adaptation or climate resilience or any other displacement framework, including internal displacement framework. So thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, one warm-hearted round of applause for you, panelists. Thank you so much for that very insightful discussion. Now, to wind our panel up, I would like to ask you, with your concluding remarks, to be as brief as anyhow possible. I must say, in the prior announcement, you got 5 minutes allotted, but if you manage to be shorter than 5 minutes, then we are grateful. Because as you know, the previous panels have been running out of time. It was not us. You all were very timely. So, dear Dr. Afsarator, an eventful and particularly challenging day for you as a moderator and panelist is coming to an end. Now you have up to 5 minutes, but maybe less. Please share your final thoughts with us. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Well, as I presented, there is legal way to migrate. There is a lot of opportunity as well as opportunity for the student to apply. Go to the different home pages of the European Union, which I can share later if you want, and try to plan your career accordingly. And try to see that. And second thing which I would really like to emphasize, languages. And I'm thankful to Dr. Mahyuddin Qadri that the university is also offering different foreign languages. So take this opportunity. It is a tough job. Beside your study, you have to learn the languages. But if you want to looking for a brighter future, you have to invest now. It is the time to invest now. As Maggie said, the time is very limited. I see everybody's got tired. It was a very long day. So I want to be very brief. Any other information you would like, I am here until tomorrow morning, so you can ask me any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Afsarator. And I encourage, yes, please, I encourage one applause from the audience. And moreover, I encourage you to take on this generous offer of talking to Dr. Afsarator informally as well. Dear Mr. Zinkanel, Michael, dear Mr. Michael, we are infinitely grateful for the loyalty and commitment of your Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy to us. Thank you very much for your excellent contribution as a security expert and with a focus on the climate crisis. Please give us a very short final input. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the inspiring questions and also for the input from the other panelists, which I also very much appreciated. If I have one last question, I'd like to touch upon one aspect that was just mentioned also by Ms. Sato when talking about the fact that migration is so deeply enshrined in the nature of humankind and human history. Migration was always a phenomenon that was there in the past, will remain also a phenomenon of the present and the future. So my main message would be, let's not dehumanize what is purely human in nature. Let's not only think and talk about the facts and figures and numbers, but let's probably more self-critical as humankind to imagine also that aspect when talking about migration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. And security policy, your very moving contribution relates perfectly to the next panelist, to whom I would like to hand over now, Ms. Rana Rahim from the International Center for Migration Policy Development. You have once again confirmed my impression of you as a fighter for human rights. Give us for the end of this panel.
I think something that I would like to address is that we talk about irregular migration, but most migration or out-migration from Pakistan is regular. You know, every year over, at least in the last 2 or 3 years, over 800,000 people have migrated through the formal channels. And by that I mean those who get a protectorate stamp before they leave the country. Many go privately and they don't even get that stamp, so we don't have that figure. So really, over 1 million Pakistanis migrate through regular channels every year. But of course, we continue to have this problem of irregular migration, and that is something that really needs to be worked on. Some of the things that, the awareness raising aspect of our work involves telling people that the money that you're spending, it's like you've mentioned how much they have to pay to get a visa to Europe. It's not really a visa, it's a promise by either a trafficker or a smuggler to get them there. And we've seen the horrific scenes that we have of people dying in boats. That very money could be spent on getting an education, getting some skills training to be able to get to Europe if that's the dream that they're going after. And that is why when we approach these communities, we don't just talk to those who are aspiring migrants. We talk to their parents, to their friends, and other elders in the community to get that message across. And we hope that maybe someday it'll actually have an impact.
I hope so too. Thank you, Ms. Rana Rahim from the ICMPD. Ms. Mio Sato, it is a great honor to have you today. Now you have the last word to wind up our panel on irregular migration and need for a regional approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Migration, again, as all my colleagues said, it needs to be demystified. All of us are migrants. You may know that there is no single definition agreed among the UN member states about who is migrant. And whereas very much different, refugees has convention and there's a clear definition. So all of us are migrants. You might be born in other parts of Punjab or in Sindh. Now you are here in Lahore. It's internal migration. So all of us are migrants, and it's our issue. So please think in that way. And illegal migration or irregular migration, please remember at the time of COVID, we travel and then we had visas, but then there are huge restriction of the movement. All of a sudden, your visa got expired, you become irregular. So anytime, as Rana said, people may start traveling, moving as regular travelers or movers, but then later on, things happen and then you become irregular. So it's all ourselves, and then it's not fixed things. Things can change very quickly. And the challenge is that the food security discussion, the same data. Data about migration is very much challenging among the UN member states and also the regional cooperation. Data, and I really appreciate that your contribution from academic side and also technical contribution to the more comparable, accurate data so that we can really move forward with evidence-based policy on migration. Thank you.
Dear high-profile panelists, it was such an exciting panel discussion. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I could go on and on and on discussing for hours, but I don't want to get in conflict with my management. So this is why. Now we have to close this session. I thank you very, very much for your very insightful contributions. Please, dear audience, please give this panel a warm-hearted round of applause.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you so much. And back to you, Dr. Sayara.
Thank you, Maggie, for concluding on time. Now we are proceeding towards shield distribution, but before the presentation of shield distribution, we have another important announcement to make. And for that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri on stage and share the good news with you.
Thank you very much for such an enlightening and informative session. So I believe everyone sitting here, they have enjoyed this session like me very much. And it was very informative, especially on a lighter note. Dr. Afsar Rathore, so earlier he mentioned 30,000 to 40,000 illegal migrants every year, but now he has also shared the illegal route too. So I'm not sure next year what the figure. I'm sure many youngsters sitting here, they'll be happy after knowing that route. So that brings us to especially the discussion we have just listened to in this last session. So that brings us to a very important announcement, and which is, I am pleased to announce the establishment of Global Center for Migration and Development at Minhaj University, Lahore, which will be a premier international platform dedicated to advancing dialogue, research and policy innovation in the field of migration and development. The center will serve as a hub for scholars, policymakers, practitioners and civil society, fostering collaboration across regions to address complex challenges and opportunities that migration presents in today's interconnected world. Building on the vision of former United Nations Secretary General for a global forum on migration and development, this center will emphasize the critical link between migration and sustainable development as highlighted in 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Through research publications, policy dialogue, training programs, and annual global conferences, the Global Center for Migration at Minhaj University, Lahore, aspires to become a global, recognized leader in shaping inclusive, sustainable, and actionable migration policies. We look forward to welcoming stakeholders from all the sectors to join us in this important endeavor. So I congratulate Minhaj University, the worthy Vice Chancellor, and all the organizers who are going to run this center for this initiative. And I pray to Almighty Allah, the establishment of this center will certainly contribute towards Pakistan and international community dealing with these challenges and issues related to migration. Thank you once again. And once this session is over, we'll all go together to inaugurate this center, an office for this center in the next building together. Thank you very much.
So finally, we come to shield distribution of our last session. And for that, Dr. Hussain is here. May I kindly invite Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Registrar Minhaj University, Lahore, and Dr. Yasir Khan to join us on stage for shield distribution. First of all, may I kindly invite Miss Mayo Sato to come forward and receive the shield. Dr. Afsar Rathore, Ms. Rana Rahim, and Mr. Michael Zinkanel. We extend our thanks to all the speakers for their valuable insight on this urgent and multidimensional issue. And Ms. Mashtel Gayer Maggie. To conclude this impactful day, I now invite Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Registrar Minhaj University, for closing remarks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, respected Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, foreign guests, speakers, and participants. Today we have taken another crucial step, thoughtfully and considerably considering the impending climate crisis, migration, and the food security issues. Throughout the day, we have listened to the experts and the academicians passionately discussing these issues. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take action. We need to ask ourselves, what can I do as an individual, and how can I positively influence thoughts and actions in my own community? Think globally, but act locally. This is the order of the day. This is the order of the day, and this is the takeaway of this conference. The 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are our guiding principles in our efforts, which provide significant milestones for realizing zero hunger, irregular migration, and climate action. Today, we all have taken on the most crucial challenge. We have accepted that learning knows no bounds and have engaged in a battle of wits for ingenious ideas. We see that solutions can look like we have seen that how the solution and what the solutions can look like. We can become a part of the solution by passing this knowledge to our peers and sharing it with our communities. This is precisely the mindset of lifelong learning we have all demonstrated by coming to the auditorium today in this sunny Saturday. And believe me, this mindset pays off. On behalf of Minhaj University, Lahore, I'm grateful to you from the bottom of my heart for being here and for being part of this conference and discussions. Absolutely, this conference is a success because of the participation and intellectual contributions of Professor Dr. Franz Baumann, then Professor Dr. Afsar Rathore, then Mr. Michael Zinkanel, then Ms. Mio Sato, and Ms. Rana Rahim. And we are also thankful to our collaborators with our heartfelt gratitude to those organizations which supported us and made this conference successful, such as Austrian Embassy Islamabad, ACUNS, ICMPD, IOM UN Migration, George Mason University, and Sigmund Freud University. I'm grateful to all members of the working committees for this conference, making it a successful, specifically the whole team of the political science department led by Dr. Yasir Saab and other team members. And I'm also thankful to the Directorate of Administration, Directorate of Academics, Directorate of Media and Marketing, Production, Social Media Unit, and then Minhaj TV. Thank you very much once again, and I'm again the last speaker of this conference. Thank you very much. No more speaker after me. So our audience and participants, they would have their farewell tea outside of this hall, while our guests, national guests and international guests, they would go for the inauguration of the Global Migration Study Center, as have been announced by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. I would request the foreign speakers to please come in front of the stage for the group photo. All audience and participants can take their tea outside of this hall.